Call the meeting to order. City of Laredo, Council Workshop, Council Chambers, 1110 Houston Street, Laredo, Texas. Tuesday, July the 1st, 2025, 1:05 p.m. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Yes, Honorable Mayor Dr. Victor D. Trevino,
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 1 Gilbert Gonzalez, Honorable Councilmember District 2 Ricardo Rangel Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 3 Melissa Cigarroa, Honorable Councilmember District 4 Ricardo Rick Garza,
Here.
Honorable Councilmember District 5 Ruben Gutierrez Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 6 Dr. Tyler King,
Here.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember District 7 Vanessa Perez, Honorable Councilmember District 8 Nessa Lisa Cigarroa. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, if I may make a motion to excuse the members that are missing.
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll proceed with citizens' comments, which we don't have any general citizens' comments. We'll wait for the ones associated with the items. We'll skip item 5, and we'll go to number 6, consent agenda. Community Development, Tina Martinez, Director.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Tina Martinez, Community Development Director. For the record, I will be presenting to you the third-party funding recommendations for general fund and hotel motel as prepared by and recommended by our Community Engagement Committee.
All right.
Just to let you know, this year was our first year of our Civic Partnership and Engagement Advisory Committee, and these are your members that were part of the selection process. The timeline that we used this year, like every year for these applications for general fund and hotel motel, we did put out a notice to the public. We provided a training for all our nonprofit agencies because we did have plenty of changes to our policy this year as approved by council. We also had an application due date, and of course, we met with the committee on multiple occasions to review and score and have these numbers presented to you today. Just a little recap. General fund, we had 25 agencies apply. A total of $898,000 were requested. The recommended amount by the committee is $337,991 with 33 cents. Our hotel motel, we have 13 agencies apply. A total requested amount of $619,500, and our committee recommended amounts are $363,750. So, like every year, I break down the agencies by their this is by the categories: food, shelter, and health needs. Do you want me to proceed, or did you have any questions?
Go ahead.
So Bethany House, you'll see what their current amount is, their requested amount, and committee recommendation. Do you want me to read agency recommendation, or do you just want me to slip through the page, through the presentation?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We'll go by item, just find out which item we're gonna be choosing, and then we'll select whatever we're gonna ask.
Okay, so let me go back to this again. So just to give you a recap, Bethany House Committee recommendation amount is $13,333. Casa Misericordia, $2,500. Catholic Charity, $1,750. Kidney Foundation, $15,000. Laredo Strokes, $25,000.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
just
go
give me
ahead.
1 second. Tina.
Sure.
Can you give me the explanation between the drastic from 30,000 to, can you go back to the, I can't, we don't have it, so I just, from the Bethany House all the way to those top three, the Catholic, give us a breakdown of those three, why you guys go to,
So one of the major changes that were, that impacted our application process this year is that applications are capped at 25,000. So there was, of course, there was a training that was provided to all agencies. We did remind them that applications are now capped at 25,000. Some agencies still decided to request more than the 25,000. So at the time of committee review, they did score them. And based on the score, based on the full application, and based on what they are recommending to council as needs of our community, they did, lower some of these, requested amounts to the recommended amount drastically. But it was based on, reviewing their financials, reviewing their application, reviewing the need, and reviewing, of course, the available funding that was available for each agency.
Yes, you have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I know you had it up there, I took a picture, but I think not everybody has the copy of that list that you had. So it's,
I can provide you.
Please.
We can provide you copies of the whole presentation, because
and
that
then-
might be easier.
secondly, Mr. Neff, I know we talked about, for third-party funding, kind of the idea of shifting away, this like, quote, rat race for money every year and shifting into more creating contracts or MOUs with these some of these organizations, because especially the ones we've given substantially more than 25,000 in the past, like Ruth B. Cal, thank you for physical therapy, 100,000 down, down to 22,000. Not that they can expect that forever, but sounds like there's been training, but, I think having this conversation in a vacuum just around third-party funding without knowing whether or not they have a chance to have an MOU with the city for more funding, I think is important to know, because some of these are pretty drastic drops. So.
Right, and, there's a couple things to look at within this structure is that we don't want our nonprofits and everybody to rely only upon city funding. We want to help them get on their feet. We want to help them get a strong foundation, and then let the community help as well too. And so the whole idea was that with this new model of how we wanted to try to do our third-party funding was to try to bring them in there. There is now a relationship with every one of them that we get some benefits back from them as well as what we're providing to them for their benefits. And so there's a little bit of a trade-off on services and such like that. So we've been changing that model. Again, anytime we try to do something different than what we've been doing, it is challenging as to how do you balance that out? How do you bring it all the way through there? So the idea of this third-party funding is that there's a 3-year cycle as well too. And so we'll provide funding for 3 years, and then hopefully we've got you a strong foundation, and you're going to find your funding from other sources as well too, so that we can spread it out amongst all of our nonprofits within the city. And so, yeah, some of these are a little more drastic than, or at least they're bigger gaps from what they were receiving to where they're at now. But the whole idea, I guess I don't know exactly how to structure that any different. That's why we did all the trainings early and trying to make sure that everybody understands so that we have a spread against all of our different nonprofits. And so there's room to help with some of these, but we also want to make sure that we're not covering too much of their budget either, because then it becomes just one of our agencies rather than their own agency to do those things. And so, yeah, some of them are a little bit heavier, but it's to help the spread so that we can help more nonprofits. And that was the idea of the cap of the 25,000.
Mr. Mayor, may I? First of all, Ms. Secretary, would you please show that, the record that Councilmember Gilbert Gonzalez, Vanessa Perez, and Alyssa Figueroa are present?
Thank you.
Second, Ms. Martinez, when you mention balance sheets that you took that into consideration as well, I'm assuming some of these cuts were because these organizations are showing plenty of money in their accounts
Yes, so,
that haven't been
committee-
used. Is that true?
Yes, correct. So the committee did look at audits and their financials. We do ask for them to provide their most recent audit and also their most recent tax return. So to get a feel for how much funding, does this organization use and how much they would utilize for this activity or project that they're proposing. We also wanted to, structure this program as a grant for a specific project or specific program. Some of them had stronger, need statements, and some of them had, they still need to work on some of those need statements so that they can provide us additional information on how well are they going to use these fundings. But it should be more of a competitive application process to where they're, going to really set the boundaries for an activity or a project or a program. And how city manager mentioned, and then for like a 3-year cycle, they apply next year, and and they can continue this, but then eventually find the resources to continue this program.
I'm assuming because of the amounts that were lowered so much that they were carrying a healthy budget for this coming year, or what you saw the last audit for what they had. Is that
Correct.
Is that
That's,
correct?
yes, correct. They all had very good audits and they had very good healthy balances.
Balances. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. When did this model start?
This was the first fiscal year that we implemented. We approved the changes on January 2025. We passed the resolution. That was right before we rolled out the program and started the trainings with our nonprofit.
A little bit of history, please, on this. What changed from the process that you used to use before?
So the process that we had before didn't have a cap, and again, you could apply for indefinite. We've had agencies here that have been receiving funding for the last 17 years that I've been in the department. So we did want to maximize, the funding that is available, because every year I work with budget, and budget tells me this is how much you have of general fund, which is usually 450 to 500,000, and I get applications of over close to $1 million. So unrealistically, we are also, what we saw from other cities and what we saw with our program was we needed to give these nonprofits a cap, a maximum, so that they also understand how to be able to budget their year. It was kind of unfair to them to think that we had $1 million to give out, So we wanted to make sure that we put a maximum that would give them some realistic guidelines, and that we could possibly come closer to funding them for what they're asking for. We did remind them, so it's a $25,000 cap per application. We did maximum 3 years consecutive, so this would be the first year. If any of them get funded, this would be their first year. And then we did add a match requirement. So now we are asking them to match us, not dollar to dollar, how we see a lot of federal and state grants. We're asking for matching of volunteer services to maximize also the money the city's investing in these programs, activities, and projects. We want them to engage with our partnerships and with our activities that we have as a city. So the match requirement will also have them engage with us and provide services to our constituents.
Well, let me ask you this, and this is a pretty important question. Do you view, or is there a metric or a rubric process that guides them, that evaluates them, that puts them in a position to be more successful than one agency to another? Is there any system like that, or are you just viewing financials?
We did provide our application a scoring system that we feel, that with the previous committee, we had already established some, requirements of, the needs assessment, like their needs statement might get, 20 points, where maybe their budget gets 30 points. So we did establish some matrix of point systems based on, the information the committee and the staff could use to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs and activities in our community.
There are some in here that I know that provide a huge service for, obviously all of them provide a great service for our citizens. But the most important part of it is the ones that contribute more to our local economy also. Is what I want to speak to you about right now. There are some that you evaluate them, sometimes they present more of a plus, the system of plus and minuses. There's some organizations that provide a minus, that do not bring in anything in, but it's a vital need for our community. And there's some that provide a plus. Those are the ones I want to concentrate on. And because I noticed that you brought down several of them while they're providing a plus, i.e. hotel, motel, heads and beds, all that kind of stuff.
This is general fund, and hotel motel is a separate, process, and hotel motel does not have a cap.
Okay.
So that's a
Well,
different.
although I did find that there was a decrease in that, and so I'm very interested in finding out, because I'm not aware of the system of scoring and a system of trying to figure these things out. And the biggest thing that worries me about all of this right now is that if you don't provide a phasing out process, rather than coming in this year and saying in January or February, we're gonna do it this way this year, I think it sends them, personally, I think it sends the wrong message to them. Why? Because you're telling them, okay, forget what you've learned over the past 10, 20 years and the way we do business. Now we're coming in and telling you that we're gonna have to change the method right now. And so in a ship this large, this is like, this is a big ship, right? It doesn't turn on a dime. And so I think in public service, I think when you do things like that, it sort of like turns very slowly into a direction that you need it to go to in order for everybody to kind of, play along and figure this out. So I'm just wondering if these type of situation right here to try and cut funding for all these nonprofits, it doesn't seem to me to be a phasing out process. It seems to me like it was we're gonna change the method that we do business this year so that you can get less funding next year. Is that the way I'm looking at it? Am I correct on that?
Well, what happens is that every year we get $898,000 requests, and we only have 450. So even capping it at 25,000 wouldn't even fund everyone.
The pie is getting smaller.
Yes.
The pie,
The pie wasn't growing, so
Yeah.
our general fund wasn't
Yeah.
growing to provide them more
Right.
money. So
Right.
by us telling them, apply for the sky's the limit,
Yeah.
it's also not giving them a realistic approach to their applications. I mean, in my department, we write federal grants and state grants all the time, and we need to have a limit. We have to have a maximum, because if we don't have that maximum, how do I even budget for this activity or this project? Because I could be budgeting for $100,000, and if there's no realistic $100,000 in the pot, then all that work that I did was in vain for this
Oh,
program.
yeah, no,
activity.
so I agree with the fact that you're trying to set up an equitable system, a system that really works, and I appreciate that, and believe me, I do. It's something that I've been, kind of speaking about, since I got here, that everything across the board is equitable and everything across the board is well thought out, and it's on the merits, and that's really where I'm coming from. So I just want to make sure that there was enough, talk about this to everybody else to prepare for this, because they have to go back and tell their people, hey, this is as far as we go. And so I need to make sure that we tapped into every source of communication information that we needed to get those people involved and bring them in and tell them, we're gonna change this thing, and you're gonna be affected by this. And we don't want any got you moments as to say, hey, we're gonna change it this year and that's that. It doesn't look good upon us. It's not the way I work. And I just wanna make sure that you took every possible action to let everybody know that this is gonna be the way of the future.
Yes, I do understand, where your concerns, and I think also with this civic engagement committee, again, made these changes based on all the conversations that we had during last budget cycle and and the conversations that we have even on an ongoing basis with the needs of our community. But I honestly, do applaud you all for coming together and putting the civic engagement committee and appointing them. I hadn't had a full committee it was called something else, but we weren't having a full committee. This year's committee, it was very engaged, and they're committed to even looking at our process and making further recommendations. So that doesn't stop us from improving the process and improving the programs. It just, we needed somewhere to start.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I could, and if I could give a broader look as to where we're at within our budget process as well too. This is our third pre-budget workshop. We are still $6 million off of being a balanced budget for this upcoming fiscal year. And so we are trying to make all these adjustments. So when we get into the third-party funding, when we get into the conversation on insurance, when we get into the conversation on all these other pieces, we're trying to shore up a lot of stuff. And I agree with you, Councilmember, that we want to take it as slow as possible so that everybody can react and everybody can adjust with us. We're trying to bring this budget in the check. Last year's budget, let me start with our revenue. Our estimated new revenue is about 3.4%. That's how much new revenue we think we're going to have. We're looking at rate increases. We're looking at a lot of different new revenue to come in to help offset that. But our current new revenue is 3.4%. Last year, our general fund went up over 11%. So that is the impact that we're having, is that we're tapping into reserves farther, and you'll hear from Mr. Hinojosa that we've got to get our reserves up to 22% to keep up with all of how the bonding goes as well too, for what we are borrowing for. That's been the challenge of where we're at. So trying to make sure that we move this needle as slowly as possible so everybody has the ability to react is we really want to get there. But the challenge is that we're trying to pull everything into where our expenses match our revenue, and that's the biggest challenge we have with all the conversation that we're having. But we'll get there every year. We have a balanced budget every year, and we'll get there. But I think the idea is to try to pull it closer in line, and so there, in one breath, I can say that we're pulling back as slowly as we can, and the other one, some of these big adjustments are happening quicker than a lot of people are comfortable with as well.
Okay. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
Ms. Tina, quick question, just, are we the only source of money coming into these organizations?
No, I believe, all of them have different, funding sources, donations. They're all nonprofits with the capacity to do fundraisers and applications, state and local. I know their even the Webb County has a similar process to us. So some of them do receive county funds for these type of activities, and then of course some of them have some state and federal grants tied to them.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
So what we're presenting to you right now for general fund is a total of $337,991 with 33 cents. So at this time, we usually ask for a motion to approve this recommendation as presented for the general fund
Mayor,
portion
just
of it.
before we approve.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is just for general fund. Right now, I'll go to the hotel motel.
Right, with the general fund, I need to speak on several of them. Casa Misericordia, for instance, at $2,500. I'd like to motion to at least get that to $10,000 on that one.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Second one, Mercy Ministries of Laredo, they do receive $0 on that one as well. Do you remember that one by chance, Ms. Martinez?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you just explain to us why?
Yeah, I just asked.
Yes, so I believe, I know we do have two members of the committee here. You can also ask them, they're willing to answer questions, but I believe, when they looked at the financials, they did feel that they had a healthy budget. That's what was expressed to us in the discussion.
Okay, with Mercy Ministries. I'm sorry, I have the
Oh, all right.
Mercy Ministries, is that correct? That's the one you're speaking
Yes,
about?
correct, Mercy Ministries.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor, can we have the committee members come up and just explain to us what they find?
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Esther Fidova, Chairwoman for this committee. My pleasure to be here. The question is, Mercy Ministries, we did go into detail and specifics and we reviewed many aspects of it, but we did, bottom line, they had a very healthy budget and the effect of them not receiving those funds would not be a financial impact on the budget that they had. They're all amazing organizations, but we were very conscious of the limits that we had and the constraints for the budget. We also did find a few things that were missing in the applications that were not totally completed, and some of them were not qualifying. But aside from that, the budget and their carrying over budget was very instrumental in the totals that we recommended.
Okay.
Very good. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank the committee members for bringing this up. And if, by all means, if they survive this year and are kind of needed next year, then they'd be first to consider next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor, just one
Yes,
more
one
comment.
more.
And then on page number 4, the Children's Advocacy Center of Laredo, that's for our children. I'd like to make a motion to bump that to almost double that at $15,000.
Second.
Children's Advocacy Center of Laredo,
Page
on
number
page 4.
4.
The one on top.
Oh, yeah, first one. So how much you say?
15,000.
15,000. That's at 7.708.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
There is a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Very good.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
If I may ask about AHEC, AHEC, the Area Health Education Center, gave 33,000 last year. I know they asked for 85. We have a max that we put in at 25. Recommended 5,500. Just curious as to why that was recommended at quite a bit lower than last year, and obviously way more than they requested, but.
Then, in reviewing the application again in detail, and I want to commend the committee because I think every committee member spent over 45 hours with looking into the applications and reviewing specifically every single need that they had and support system. One of the things that we noticed, there were some unqualifying reasons for the funding. Some of them did not fit the criteria as to what we were given for the specific funding. So AHEC was one of them, in addition to carrying a balance as well over the years. That was considered a healthy balance.
Mayor, if you
Yes.
entertain a motion to increase to 15,000?
Second.
Is that your motion?
Second, right here. Yes, sir.
All right, a motion to increase to 15,000 in AHEC. Second, any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate all the work that you all did. I know it wasn't easy, and, you know, it's not easy for us to have to be doing this, cutting, but we know that, this is part of what the public has asked us to do, is to be more conservative, to be more responsible, and to cut back. And so if you've evaluated their financial statements, and it's not that the council doesn't support the organizations, it's not that we don't support them, it's that for this fiscal year, considering the needs, considering the amount of money that we have, you know, this was a tough decision that you all had to make, and I appreciate that, because last year we all kind of had to do this work from scratch, like a little bit, because we didn't have a committee. So, and I understand, I appreciate the council wanting to help organizations more, but I would just caution that we change the work that they did, because, again, it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do in responding to situations like, for example, the failed bond referendum, right? this is what the community asked us to do, and this is what we're doing. We're decreasing spending, and, next year we could probably, hopefully have more money to give out next year, and hopefully we can help organizations a little bit more. But at the same time, I'd like to encourage the community to come forward with donations. I mean, you see what their needs are. And if there's organizations out there, there's businesses out there that are looking to donate and to charitable organizations, we, reach out to the city and we can help you figure out who needs it so that you can help with your charitable donations in your yearly, efforts in terms of the private sector, right? So we could be more of a public partnership. But I do want to thank you for your work.
Richie?
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Quick question, my question I'm seeing right here, Pets of Life. The current balance 10,000, amount requested 25, and we give them 22. That's nothing that I have against animals, I love, animals, pets and stuff. But I'm seeing that there's a lot of places that we have for children, and we didn't give them the full amount, or not even the half amount, but yet for Pets of Life, we're giving them 22,000. 3/4 of what they're asking for. So, it's just, can you have the reason
Yes.
behind that?
And we studied this over and over again. One of the things that we were looking at again was going to be their application, was the amounts that they were qualifying for, and the reasoning behind them. Were they qualified amounts, and some of them were not. For example, Pets for Life, they don't have a strong, they're new, they don't have a strong budget. We felt that they supported everything that they were asking for, and they don't have a financial backup. They live on donations and partnerships. What we saw for the other entities that you could be referring to, where there were many factors. Some of them, they were requesting for funds that totally did not qualify for them to be applicable. Some of them did not fill out the applications. They didn't provide any information, depending on the criteria that they were asking for. But some of them, for example, in the general fund, if I may, the general fund specified the goals and community impact, the clarity of the program goals and how they are served in our community were important factors. The demonstration needed. We assessed the financial position outlined in each application to better understand the organization with past and current situations. So we looked at their financial history as well, and we went as far back as their funding as much as we could. And then we reviewed their 990s as well and saw where they could actually sustain a balance, and then we reviewed where they could possibly find a trend. And all those factors came in with the decisions that we made, considering the budget restraints as well.
Great, thank you.
And just a point to clarify, they're requesting 25,000, and the committee recommended 22. The first column is what they're receiving this year.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Figueroa, and yeah, Pets Alive is a great program, and they're literally everywhere, countywide. Since they do El Cenizo, Rio Bravo, Penitas, do you know if they go knock on county doors as well for third-party funding? Pets Alive.
I would need to check their application, if they're receiving, county funds, but I do know a lot of our agencies do apply also for the county. I can double check that for you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fidova and to the committee, thank you all so much. We did this last year, as was mentioned before, and it was extremely difficult to do so, especially with these organizations that are so needy, right? And they've been used to it for such a long time, so I commend you all, thank you. I know it's a very difficult job to do so. My second thing I was gonna mention was, well, I lost my train of thought. So I would just make a motion to approve what was presented, and of course, as amended.
All right, motion second. Go ahead.
Can we just go item by item and then we'll start signing that way, or are we gonna go just approve everything at once?
All right,
She went
now
up.
Mayor,
What would
motion
you-
was made and it was already seconded.
all right.
We'll go into discussion.
Yeah, we're in discussion right now. That's the thing we need to, how have we done it in the past, Mr. Neff? item by item, or do we
If I'm not mistaken, last year we went item by item.
Yeah, they're acceptable. So, if I may, Mayor, there is a motion and a second, as the city secretary says. If you want to amend it, then you can amend, then go, item by item with the second.
Go ahead.
I believe, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe last year, we did go item by item because the committee never met quorum. And so I would, request that we don't do that this
Okay.
year.
So we have a motion on the floor.
Just discussion.
Go ahead.
Do we have anybody here for the Boys and Girls Club? I know we're reducing it a lot.
Aaron,
And these, the Boys and Girls Club we don't have enough for our capacity in our rec centers for these programs.
Mayor, and if I can answer the
Yes, go
council
ahead.
member's question. We've asked the Boys and Girls Club not to apply through third-party funding
Oh.
because they are providing a service to the city. We are actually in a negotiation with them. This goes back to Dr. King's comment as well, too, Councilmember King's, that we are going to enter into an agreement with them
Okay. Then
in
by all
order to
means.
provide the services that they are, because otherwise we would be providing the services, but we're utilizing this nonprofit to do that. So that's why Boys and Girls Club is not in this list at all.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp.
They are on the list.
Right, or
They
did
didn't
we
get
provide
funded.
any?
They are.
Okay.
They did submit an application, but they can choose.
That's
to-
why we're not providing.
It's not 100% to their.
Okay,
We're in a negotiation with
You're
the
in a
contract right
negotiation.
now.
All right, thank you, yes.
all right, okay. Go ahead.
Just with respect to Councilman Monahan's question. I think that, so once we approve this, it's coming back as an ordinance, intro ordinance?
The process, the process that we'll take is if this gets approved, it gets submitted on the budget, and we will not bring a motion to issue contracts until, October 1st, when the budget is completed. But this motion right now will help us just place the items on the budget, so that way they can balance the budget.
Well, I'd just like to point out that we can always modify as needed if something changes before we finalize the final budget. So I would call this a preliminary approval and not a final, if we want to go ahead and make some proposals at the final budget time, then that would probably be the best time to do it, because if we go line by line here, it's gonna be hard for us to hash it all out. Okay?
Mayor,
I have the floor.
oh, yeah, go ahead first.
I'd just like to remind us all that the committee was there for a reason, and it's their proposal. And I think it's very important to take into consideration what you all are asking us to approve. You all spent hours and hours and hours on this. I think was mentioned 45 hours or so. My motion stands.
Okay. Can I get just,
Yeah.
and I want to reiterate that because he did forget his train of thought right now. He just stole the words right out of my mouth, so. But I did want to thank you all for it. This is not an easy task, obviously. And I want to thank you. I know you all. I know you all are hardworking. One of the things that I really appreciate is serving in a bunch of committees when I was, it's something that it's a labor of love. You start doing it, you find out how good you are at it, and then you provide much needed services to the city. So I wanted to thank you all for doing the great job that you did. It seems to me you did your due diligence, and that's why some of the questions that I was asking you, Tina, was that I was kind of concerned that we didn't give enough focus or enough attention to everybody with advance notice to tell them, okay, this is what we're gonna do. But you didn't disrespect the process, and that's the most beautiful part about it. That you get to sit there and you get to analyze every single thing, and you bring your professional skills to the city and provide us this wonderful service. So I wanted to thank you all for doing that. Appreciate that. And just for the record, I have not been able to find somebody for this committee. Anybody that's interested that can rise to the level of this professionalism right here, please contact me, and I'll be more than glad to consider you for this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to thank the committee. We know consistency is going to be key here, so hopefully as the ship turns, we can have that consistency next year as well with the members. Thank you.
Priscilla Johnson for the record. I just wanted to just let the council know that, as mentioned before, this committee is fully committed to continue doing everything that we can to help the city grow and, make the organizations grow. It was a very difficult job for us. Nobody wants to tell these wonderful organizations that are doing a lot for our community, no. However, some of the comments that have been made within the committee is that we want to empower the organizations by workshops, educational workshops, where they can self-sustain the organization and not rely on this type of funding. And also, we'd like to encourage more nonprofit organizations to apply to this funding. But thank you once again for your trust in us, and we're here for any questions.
All right, thank you. We do have a citizen's comment. Go ahead.
Mayor, good afternoon, everyone. Cynthia Mares for the record. It's certainly been an honor and a privilege for me to serve on this committee. It was my first time around, but, and you know, it is a difficult task. So that's why you spend the hours and hours and hours to make sure you do your due diligence and in respect to this council and in respect to our taxpayers. Because even us as taxpayers on the other side of the coin, you know, we have to acknowledge that we want our government to, you know, to streamline wherever possible and as much as possible. This was difficult, and some of these organizations are looking for the funding to just sustain themselves, and I don't think that's the purpose. The purpose is to help you in a particular project that you want to expand on, but you should have that sustainability on your own. Some of these organizations carry hefty balances at the end of the year, and if they're nonprofits, that should not be the case. But as they grow and all, so just want to bring up from the accountant's perspective, you know, bring that out. The accountant comes on to me, but nonetheless, it was a pleasure, and I do hope that maybe, you know, I can stay on and carry on. But you know, you all do your greatest job here of defending everything that comes before you, and I personally appreciate that. You know, as a taxpayer, and we know that everyone is trying to keep out what's in the best interest of this community. At the end of the day, that's what it is. I saw it as such. My responsibility here is to put it all on the table and see what's in the best interest for our community, and of course, helping these organizations. I want to underscore what Ms. Patojo was saying about that we hope that other organizations come front. You know, some of them, I think, have the mentality, no, why do we apply? It's always the same organizations who get the funding. But I don't think that should be the message. It should be anyone that's starting a 501c3, starting up and is helping this community in any way and fashion, come and apply. Come and apply. At the end of the day, you meet the criteria, there'll be some funds maybe coming your way. But again, thank you all again for what you do, and for, again, as you said, your trust and confidence in us as a committee.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. We do have a citizen's comment. Did somebody want to speak?
No, sir.
All right. We do have a citizen's comment, Orlando Navarro, on this item.
It's on the hotel motel.
All right, okay.
It's on the next section.
All right, motion on the floor. And second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
So next I will present to you the hotel motel, recommendations. So the same, format, you have the organization's name, their current amount that they're receiving this fiscal year, their requested amount, and the committee recommendation. So you do see, a total of $363,750 requested for hotel motel. On this one, there is one that was funded at zero, because the item that they're requesting under hotel motel does not qualify for hotel motel. Hotel motel does have stricter criteria based on state statute because of the use of the funding. So Catholic Charities, their activity that they were proposing does not meet that requirement. So that's why it was recommended at a zero. Other than that, this process did not change too much. There was no cap instilled in it. But again, you know, the committee did take upon them, you know, to fairly review and recommend and also provide you a savings to that fund.
All right, citizen's comment on that, yeah. Yes, sir.
And there is the public
Okay.
parking.
Mayor, I do have a question.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
have a question about the TAMU Alumni Association. I know that last year was the first year we started helping them. Do they not have other funding mechanisms, other sources?
So the Alumni Association is actually a nonprofit, established by them, and they're providing, some activities that are meeting the hotel motel criteria. So they're not being funded strictly, like, they're not, I guess, fully funded by the school, because this is a nonprofit.
Okay.
All right. So we do have a citizen's comment on the hotel, motel. Mr. Navarro?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Orlando Navarro, for the record, representing Border Olympics. I'm here because we had can I go back to this? We had a reduction, and we would like to ask if we could get the same amount that we've gotten in the past. We hold 14 events here in Laredo. The way we work with the money is we pay up front, we submit receipts to the city, and the city reimburses us. So we don't necessarily get the money up front, so it's a reimbursable item. We since have brought in the aquatic center, so we're doing a swim meet and diving meet now. Cross country, we've been able to pick it up to 600 runners. So we're trying to expand to bring more teams to Laredo. It's costing a little bit more. We do have security issues at the schools that they're requiring us, LISD, UISD, so that we can have police or the minimum amount of security for their facilities. So those prices are going up. We also do university golf. We bring in teams from all over the nation to come golf here. That's at the country club, and those fees were raised. So we're having to deal with that. So we're doing our best to try to balance this, to make sure that we put heads in beds, because this one, we put heads in beds. We don't have an office. We don't have any paid employees. This is all volunteer. And so we think that this model is something that has been successful. We've been doing this since 1932. So there's a long, long history of Border Olympics in our community. A lot of your family members probably participated in it. If not you, I don't know. But we would like to ask if we can maintain the $135,000 amount. And once again, we don't receive that amount, or we don't receive monies unless we submit our financials to the budget department, and then they review our receipts. And if we comply with the city's process, we get reimbursed for that. So that's what I have for you. I think Tito Garcia, who's one of our board members, would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much. I just want to repeat what Orly said is, we're here to bring heads in beds. We work with CBB, as a matter of fact, we're headed to San Antonio with the city to recruit more people to come into Laredo. We're the biggest, our organization brings the most people from out of town to Laredo. That I know WBCA, we pretty much bring more heads in beds. And with doing that, it brings money into our economy. It also saves money to the schools. The schools don't have to travel. The way the budgets are being cut at schools, none of those schools have to pay for buses or food or anything. Everything, the meat are here in Laredo. We're bringing in all these schools. In just track alone, we had over 1,100 athletes. And count that, multiply that by parents, grandparents, friends that come into Laredo, stay 2 days, it's a 2-day tournament, and spend money in Laredo. Our basketball tournament, our baseball tournament has 52 teams coming to Laredo. We work with WBCA in doing our events on separate weekends, because one time it happened, we both, for whatever reason, we scheduled it the same weekend. People were staying in Zapata, because there were not enough rooms in Laredo. That's a good problem to have. But we everything that we do at the end of the budget, we have maybe $20,000 left, $30,000 left to go to the next year to start it off. So it makes a difference. If we're cut that means we have to cut teams. That means we have to cut people from coming to Laredo and spending money in Laredo. We've turned in everything. I think this year is the only time that one of our files didn't get funded, which is the marketing one. But we're pretty much, they do an outstanding job. I want to bring that up. their department does an outstanding job in how they get our information, how they, everything has to be to the penny. And I appreciate that, and we work very well with them, so this got to be that part of
And
the
to,
story.
and just to echo what he said, we had a meeting with the CVB to try to join forces with them. So, what we're doing is, Ms. Ramos at CVB, she's assigned, employees, Fidel and Sophie, who go to all our tournaments, they go to all our meetings, they're involved with us. And we're trying to tie in with the CVB so that we could market this on a bigger scale. And like we said, they're actually joining us in San Antonio. We're setting up a table and we're gonna start recruiting. This is the Texas High School Coaches Association Conference. We're going up there to promote Laredo and see if we can bring more teams to Laredo as much as possible.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So, question for Tina, when this committee started meeting in, what'd you say, August, September, or when did the committee start meeting? No, we created it in.
First week in June is our first meeting.
Okay, so this was,
Yes,
this was not, okay.
yeah.
So this was in
And
June, this
beginning
was a lot of,
May, we started putting
those 45 hours were crammed in.
No, we had multiple meetings.
Oh, okay. No, I'm saying in one month, basically, is what I'm saying.
No, that's it. 45 hours was just to review the applications. Our meetings were conducted every week after June the 4th was our first meeting.
June 4th.
And we continue to meet.
Okay.
On a weekly
That's why I'm
basis.
trying to get a timeline of like the
Yeah.
scope of when it started. Okay. And then we said last August in the budget workshop that we were gonna create this committee and we appointed people. So I am kind of wondering why the committee started meeting in June, as opposed to early, because what I'm trying to get at is the notification, because we're all planning on a fiscal year, including the nonprofits. So for next year, is this enough time to give nonprofits that they're gonna have to, especially, for, in this case, $55,000 decrease, and considering that it does impact our hotel motel, is this enough time to give them to make those adjustments?
So, yes, so what happened was we were trying to meet at an earlier time. We didn't have quorum. We were trying to get appointed at the same time when we made the changes in January. We also worked, with, staff to make sure that the committee members got appointed, got sworn in, and then setting up the initial meetings. Now, on the background, the staff still, we knew budget was coming up, so we still had to formulate a timeline of application, notices, applications, training, so we still did all that with the nonprofits. We have discussed with the committee, and they're engaged, and they're ready to continue meeting on a monthly basis. Ideally, yes, we would have wanted to be meeting on a monthly basis, and that is gonna start occurring. So, and their first task is gonna to review the application for next year. So we wanna get ahead, a step forward. And also, what we've done in the past, and I think would be great for this committee, is once the budget gets approved and contracts get awarded, then we can start inviting all the nonprofits to come and give the presentation to the committee, so there can be that dialogue and that information back and forth, so that we can also see and hold them to what they said they were gonna perform for the city. That has been a little bit more difficult to complete in the past, but I think this committee is very engaged to do that.
And that's my point for bringing it up, is not that, this is nothing critical of the committee, it's critical of
The process.
the process that, we're criticizing ourselves, say we can do better for
Yes.
next year. That's my point in getting an idea of how this went down, in the sense of feeling from some of the nonprofits, in this case, the kind of last minute notice of it from them in planning. So I just, and then I consider the hotel motel section quite a bit different than the other section, because these are organizations that like objectively bring in money to the city, so there is a way to measure it.
And they're still in their strict state guidelines.
Much stricter guidelines, so and that's the reason we don't have a cap on these, I'm guessing, you know, based, as opposed to the other one, we have a new cap where we're doing 25,000. And the committee is being tasked, you know, they're given a number, you know, and they're not allowed to budge a single cent above that. And as a council, we want to try to abide by that as much as possible, but at the same time, there is the discretion to make small changes if the council decides, right? But obviously, we want to respect the committee's work. So it's a balancing act here. I'm just entertaining the idea to my colleagues that we consider, you know, potential, since the Border Olympics does bring in so much to our city, if we should consider, and we're going to potentially lose teams and events and therefore hotel motel money, if we should consider making a decision to increase it.
I'd like to, if I may,
Yes,
may
go
I say
ahead.
something? In reference to the criteria for the hotel motel funding, again, we're gonna go back to, I know it's very hard and we adore, I'm an athlete, adore Border Olympics, and we push as much as we can and we look for what can we do to improve it for next year to help the applicant. But the third party to the hotel motel funding is very strict in the guidelines. And one of the things that we highly are going to encourage, because we did not see that in any application, was it strictly states that it has to have the room block reservation. We recommend if Border Olympics is going to have an event, have the hotels blocked under the Border Olympics, not under TAMIU or any university or any school. That is the supporting information that we needed. We didn't get that. We just had general numbers, 4,000 room nights. Well, the guidelines say 4,000 room nights. If I average that at $100 a room night, that's $40,000. The request cannot exceed 25%. So if you brought in $40,000 and I multiply that times 25% in your request, I'm just using Border Olympics, that's the guideline, it's 135. You've got to meet those guidelines. In addition to that, there is so much more that could be added to the effort. A lot of the other entities, what they were requesting for did not support that traffic. If you're going to have a wonderful event that night and you want funding for a stage, please tell us how is that event drawing in, because you already have those guests from another event that's coming in. Your particular event has to be supported as noted in the guidelines of the hotel motel. And it says that particular event, allow us with the advertising information that you use for that event that was also in the target areas where that advertisement was, to bring in those hits and bits as well. So we want to encourage that when they're having that event, do provide us with that advertising flyer or whatever video it was that you're going to use supporting that particular event. And also the room block reservation. Convention and Visitors Bureau is very, very qualified. And they know very well how to track the business. And we're going to invite them to come and teach those entities to learn how to track that business, because we didn't get that from anybody applying through the hotel motel. All we received were numbers, and we were trying to study the numbers and say, well, there should be a history from the hotel motel documentation or through the Convention and Visitor Bureau. Did the occupancy increase on those nights? And we know that they did. We know how well Border Olympics, I mean, they're amazing at what they do and all the sports that they bring in, and also the WBCA. Some of the funding in there also was asked for unqualified funding. So we had to go through that, but that's what we're going to recommend, and we're going to invite them to come once a month and have an agenda where we're going to be able to review under the qualifying categories what it is that it would be a lot easier to make that judgment.
Can I just add on? And thank you for that. That cleared up a lot of things for me in terms of that. I know what you all are going through, and there's a lot of moving parts to this, and that's really one of the reasons I said what I said. And then the understanding behind all of this is knowing that the incredible history that Border Olympics has to this community, and that's what I'm talking. Precisely speaking about the pluses and minuses, right? When you contribute on a plus side to the city, I feel that you should be rewarded for that.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the reasons that I don't feel that this amount is accurate. But let me just add a little bit of insight to that, or a little bit more to extend that. I'm wondering, Mr. Knapp, if we can, not to the extent of bringing it to the level of the boys club, but, you know, if you remove, let's say, Border Olympics from third-party funding and put it into the level of the discussions you're having with boys club, I don't want, because I think it meets the same standard. And if you want the educational standard to bring in, well, and just out there, but put a chess tournament together out there for Border Olympics, and let's see what that brings in, you know, at another level. I mean, that's something big and huge, but I think they have a lot going on for the city. They've been consistent all the way through. And it's one of those things that I don't want them to fall under the niche of third-party funding only because of their financials, that they're pretty much getting penalized for having great financials. I think that's just the way I see it. But we're not taking into consideration the pluses that they bring to the city. So I don't know if it can morph into a partial situation like the Boys Club, that you know, you can tap into other funds or another area of negotiation with them so that they don't have to take these monies away from third-party funding. And so if a combination of both, they'll be guaranteed the amount of monies that they need on an annual basis if they continue to perform at the level that they perform.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So what I'm hearing here is there's like some constraints, right, in the process, some things in the process, and some rules that are kind of need a little bit of tying up on both ends, I guess. So I would recommend that we work with you all, continue to work with you all to see how we can get that funding to the needed level. But for right now, what I hear is that it doesn't meet the criteria based on the calculations as it is right now. It depends, like you said, when they reserve a hotel, they have to put a room block number, which is something we all do when we go to conferences. We have to put the code for the conference, and that's done to track, which we are not doing right now, which is good for us to move forward and start doing that. Another issue is that we have Airbnbs that other cities do track their Airbnbs, and so when Airbnbs are reserved, that goes towards hotel motel. Right now, we don't have a mechanism locally, so I think this council probably does need to figure out a way that we can help in that regard, so that people who live owners here in Laredo that have Airbnbs can contribute towards the hotel motel, and then that could also help, you know, the organizations prove their numbers. So I think my motion is to approve as recommended by the committee, but with the committee to continue working with Border Olympics and the other organizations to see how we can get you all to that 100% that you need through the logistics that are needed to get it.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Could I make a quick comment on that?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, on what she said, you gotta take it, she said we're not in compliance. Well, if they met with us, they would have more information on how we comply. Is that we have officials coming from San Antonio, Corpus, they're not allowed to be on a report. We can't reimburse them. So all of those, and we spend a little over $100,000 just officials. Basketball, baseball, softball, swimming, those numbers are not in the report because we don't get refunded. We don't get reimbursed through that. That's one thing. A lot of the teams that have been coming for years and years, they don't use CB. They go straight to the hotel, make their reservation because there are schools that come to Laredo. So they don't use that because it's already done. They've been here 15, 20 years. They already made reservations this year. Right when they left, they made reservations for next year, so they don't have any problem. So I started working with them, and we work real close to them.
Okay.
But monitoring that, we do it ourselves. We give them a piece of paper. We tell them, you know, how many rooms, but that doesn't count parents, that doesn't count grandparents, that doesn't count any of that. There has to be a mechanism, like you said, to monitor that. But in hotels that we know, we don't reimburse the schools, we don't reimburse for staying, we don't reimburse the referees, we don't officials, because they eliminated that little by little. So if they would meet with us, they would know that, well, there's a chunk here, there's a chunk here, there's a chunk here, but they're not part of that.
Well, Ms. Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Martinez, let me respond to that, Mr. Garcia. Let me ask Tina. Tina, is there a way that we can work with them to make accounts for all the situations that he just brought up?
Yes,
So that,
we can definitely talk to CVB. I know we've talked in the past. We did put the criteria of having, mention us if you have a room block but we haven't really mastered the way of tracking that. But I have had conversations with our CVB department, with Miss Eileen, and she has advised us that there could be mechanisms that we can strengthen our application, and I believe that's what the committee was referring to. We wanna meet with them, we wanna strengthen our application to ensure that we are, grabbing that information and being able to really, use that data to show if how much of an impact, these hotel motel funds are having per event. We are working towards
but
it.
is there a way to work with them before, let's say the next council meeting is?
21st.
July 20, okay, so is there a way before the next council meeting that we can get, if we can get all that stuff squared away by then we can change the amount at that council meeting? Because, or for budget purposes, I'll amend my motion to say, to go ahead and budget for the full amount for the Border Olympics pending the review, and to approve everything else as recommended.
That's a second.
Yes, we can
second
deal
on
with
the
that,
motion.
definitely.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr.
All right.
You want to respond to that?
Mayor, I was gonna mention with, what Councilmember Garza had said, is that if you notice, we don't have Pony League on this third-party funding for hotel motel. So in my mind, based upon this, the Border Olympics being this type of an event, we should treat them differently, and I don't know if they should have to go through this system. They should be going through a different system. We should be in a contractual matter with them, is what I'm stating, and it comes through a different way. The criteria is a little bit different for how we utilize third-party funding for hotel motel as it is to an event or an activity that is happening. So, this all gives us time to kind of work through that as well too. But, I would like to get these groupings equal within there, but I would have recommended to leave them in here right now so that at least they have some assurance that there is some funding there. But we've got it covered with the motion and the second, but.
Well, Mayor, if I may?
In my mind, we could adjust it.
Just to clarify, the motion is, to go ahead and budget for the full amount, but pending the review of the paperwork. If not, then it stays with the recommended amount.
Okay, was that the way the motion? That was passed, okay.
And we're all good with that as well too. We'll be able to make some adjustments within that. So I just want to make sure the Border Olympics knows we got them protected within that system, and we'll build the right model for them.
All right, very good. All right. Motion and a second. We already voted on that. Yeah, we did.
Yes, we already
We did.
voted on it.
We did.
Good job.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
That is it. Let me just. Yes. Thank you so much. That is all.
Okay, thank you.
Just checking with our budget department to make sure. That is all.
Is that for all of them?
Yes, that's.
Oh, it goes on to section 2.
Mayor, if I may, do you all need a motion to approve the Bethany House expansion project? Or is that,
No,
We currently have a contract.
we have a.
it's already done?
Yes.
All right, thank
It's
you.
an MOU.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Or just a clarification, we already voted for the amount, or just?
The motion was done to approve as recommended by the committee and to try to help the organizations to get the funding they need.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next, we already had citizen comment. We have the, staff reports. We just did 2. We did 2. 3, okay, number,
Discussion with possible action.
yeah, number 3, staff reports.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, I'm gonna go first on a presentation on the update of how we're doing with our budget right now, and then we'll go into the CIP and the financing part of it.
All right, thank
That
you.
is
Yes, yes, go ahead.
pass a hard copy of the presentation, Mayor? Okay. Jesus Esparza with the Budget Department, Honorable Mayor and Council.
Okay.
I have a few slides, kind of recapping where we're at in the budget process. And then after me, we'll have the CIP projects. That includes both the PPFCOs that we're proposing and the CIP projects in there. And today, Mr. Chavez will be doing that presentation along Mr. Noe Hinojosa from Hinojosa is here also to answer any questions. Okay, just to recap, as they're passing the presentations, and I do have all of these presentations that are here tonight will be on the budget folder on the top left of the budget webpage. On the top left, we have all the workshop that we have had. We have all the prior presentations in there for the public or for council to view or download. So as soon as we finish this, we'll be updating the website with the current, all the presentations that are going to be, that were looked at here today. On the calendar, we're in July. We're in the process of finalizing our budget process. The submission of the budget will be presented on July 29. We'll be publishing the proposed budget and CIP notices, public hearing in a local newspaper. Estimated dates for that is July 29 to August 1st. And then we have our workshop scheduled for August 14 and August 15. Property tax value update, from our last, as you see the chart on the right, our fiscal year 25-26, these are our preliminary numbers that we have. In our last presentation that we had a 0.48 tax rate made up of the 13 cents for debt service, and well, currently is 13 cents and 36 cents for the general fund. The last presentation had a 0.48, which was an 11 cents on the debt service and the 36 cents on the general fund. And these are preliminary numbers based on the appraisals that came in. We will be getting our final appraisals on July 25, and that will pretty much tell us where our tax rate will be at. So currently we are looking at approximately but less than a penny in reduction from a 0.50762 to a 0.49886. And as I mentioned one more time, this is our preliminary numbers as of today.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you have it broken down from the increase based on the
Properties?
values going up versus the new development ad valorem taxes?
Yes, we do.
You have it?
Property tax value. The revenue that we're generating for proposed fiscal year 25-26 is 98 million for our general fund, and 29.8 is for our debt service. Our general fund tax revenue, sales tax revenue, is projected to be at 57.6 for next year. And our general fund bridge transfer, which comprise our top three revenues for our general fund, is projected at this proposed at 43.3 million for next year.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Is that with or without the increase of tolls?
Oh, the appraised values?
No, the front, the bridge.
What was it?
We're doing a rate study for the tolls.
Yes.
Does this not take into account any increase in tolls?
This
No.
does not take into account the increase.
Yes. And the original budget that we have is 44, so this is the proposed, so we're about $1 million short from an original proposed budget, or adopted budget from last year.
Mayor, if I may,
Go ahead.
what are the reasons for that, Mr. Knapp? Why are we $1 million short on crossing revenue? Are we seeing a decrease in crossings, or?
Sorry?
What, he said that we're $1 million under
It's
what we should.
a combination, of things. Last year during our budget process, we were very aggressive with the projections for the bridge. In addition to that, we have seen a shortfall in the crossings, a small shortfall. However, it is growing from the last years, so we are projecting a higher toll crossing for next year.
Well, because when the tariff news came out, we saw a dip, but did that dip continue, or are we back to kind of normal?
So Mayor and Council, so what happened was is that we did a less conservative estimate on the bridge revenue based upon our trend. And what we found is that we're not matching that trend. So the tariffs had an issue with that. It had an impact on it. We're still over what we were from last year, but we're under what our budget was projected. And so it affects the revenue that we thought we would have in order to cover that cost. If that helps, yeah, okay.
So our preliminary general fund revenues for general fund as of today, we're at 282 million. Property taxes are generating 98 million. Sales tax are bringing in 58 million. Bridge transfer, as I mentioned, is at 43 million. Charges for services are at 41 million. Franchise fees are 9 million. And then we have license permits, 9 million. Rents and other finances are 7 million. Fines and forfeitures, 6 million. And other taxes are 4 million. So our revenues for the proposed budget are at 282, and we'll be speaking about the expenditures in a couple of slides. So the preliminary general fund revenue increases, where are these monies coming from? We have a 4.5 million net increase in our revenues. Taxes is generating 7.6 million in all our taxes. License and permits is actually going down about 380,000. Intergovernmentals is 52,000. Charges for services is going up 16 million. Finance and forfeitures, a reduction of 328 million. Fees and collections, 74. Rent, royalties, and interest, 290 less. Reimbursements and miscellaneous, 334 less. And franchise fees, $63 million less. And then we have our other financing sources at $17 million less. Even though we have so the total increase for the revenues that we have is 1.6 at this moment. One of the things to notice here is that even though our taxes are going up, or we have property taxes, sales tax, we do have some of our other line items that are actually being reduced, or that are going down. So our net impact is a 4.5 million net increase at a 1.62% increase. In this calculations, we're only using 6.3 of our reserves that come into our general fund. In contrast, from last year, we were using 23.
Mayor, if I may,
Go ahead.
this doesn't look very good. Like with the negatives, I mean, if from a if we're looking at it from a business standpoint, it looks like why are we so negative? Do we have a reason behind each of these negative amounts?
For example, one of the line items that went down almost $1 million was Las Maquinitas revenue. That's one of the examples that we lost $1 million in that line item.
Okay, which line item was that?
That's under the charges for services.
But that's a positive line item.
I'm sorry, that's in the fees and collections. Actually, give me a second.
But that's also a positive line item.
Right, these are the net changes of all the line items that we have.
Okay, but I'm talking about the negatives. Like, why are we negative under reimburse and miscellaneous or rents and royalties? Why are we negative on rents and royalties?
The departments are projecting less revenue based on their either accounts or loss of revenues that they have in those line items.
The departments?
Yes, these are all the estimates that are coming from the departments on the revenue side.
Do we have a breakdown by department and
Yes.
what exactly it is?
I don't have it in the presentation, but I do have a worksheet that has all the line items.
Mr. Knapp, do we have a plan to get these into the black?
Some of them, we have the plan, Mayor, and so some of them, we do have the plans. Again, we are looking at our rates in order to determine exactly where that's going. And then there will be some adjustments within the the structure of how we collect, like the fines and the fees and within those processes, those are all impacted by code enforcement and our ability to recover costs that are associated with those fines.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Esparza, this is, I think, 4 out of 9 of us, so it's our third with you, and then there's 3 with, this will be their 7th with you. Oh no, 5th with you. Anyway, my point is, you changed the format. And it's a lot more confusing to interpret a lot of the graphs than the past 2 years, I would say. But if there's any way, we can consider going back to the old format. It was just so much easier to interpret. But to piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem Perez, licenses and permits, with all the development and expansion and growth, we would expect an increase in licensing and Is this just a matter of last year, Mr. Neb just said you said we were extremely aggressive with what we were projecting we were going to get next year, and is this just you guys being the opposite, in the extreme estimate the other direction, and trying to make it look scarier than it really is, or is this actually as bad as it looks? Like, I don't...
No, I think that what we focus on this year is, and we're looking at the revenue side, what we focus is on the expenditure side, and I have a couple of slides where we look at the expenditures, where the goal was to slow down the growth of general fund. So before we looked at revenues, we're focusing on the expenditures to cut any line items that we can work, that we can reduce on the expenditure side. The revenue side, there are some revenues that went up, like I mentioned, but some of them are going down. And as we continue the process here, our final review of the revenues is to work back with the departments to look at where is it that they can potentially give us a little bit more revenue based on their numbers or their calculations that they're doing. So the other thing that I wanted to mention, Mayor, here is that I did change the graph on this one because I can't really represent a negative amount on in a pie chart. So the graph pops out the negative, and it would blend into a pie chart. So I don't want to just show the overall increase and you're not going to see the reductions that we have in the revenue, because this is something that we are alerted to and we are looking at. The second part that we're going to be facing now is looking at our revenues. And our revenues, of course, are going to come in with the rate studies that we are currently working on at the different departments, utilities, bridge, and also within each department's revenue line items that they have.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, can you do me a favor? Can you do other finance sources, the breakdown? Can you break it down for us?
Yes. Yeah, under the other revenues, we have the 23, we have a reduction. Let me see.
Do you have a hard copy, or can you put it on the screen?
It's not legible if I put it on the screen and it's highlighted. But that is mainly, the big difference there is our reserve, because we were using 23 million last year, and this year we're only using 6.3. So that's the main difference that we have in there.
You got me. I'd rather just, if you can you break it down? Just bring me up our hard copy.
Let me build something for you, and I'll print something out for you a little bit better in this, because it's not going to show.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
So other financing sources, that's a big amount to lump that in one line item. I mean, we would need to expound on what does that mean, because you're lumping the biggest number on the chart into just other, which I don't think it's not helpful. And, real quick, the rents, royalties, and interest, and licensing and permits, I mean, especially with all the development that we have going on and all the stuff we have going on in our city, I can't imagine why we would be negative. Either we're not charging enough or something, I mean, or we're not providing enough service because we're not getting to it fast enough. I think we need to see the reason, and we need a plan to bring these numbers into the positive side.
If I may, Mayor, to Councilman Raquel's point, there's 2 line items, Councilmember, under the category of the other finance sources. Is the bridge transfer of 43 million, and the transfer of the reserves of 6.3 million. And then the difference is a reduction that I mentioned from our reserves that we're not using this year to bring in as a revenue source.
Yeah, but that's basically just saying that we're using savings as a funding source.
Correct.
And now we're not using savings as a funding source.
Correct.
But that still doesn't tell us how we're gonna be positive to where we don't need to dip into our savings.
Right. And when this is the revenue side, as I showed the expenditures, now we're gonna see how much we're up at this point in general fund.
Mr. Esparza, Mayor, Mr. Esparza, under other financing sources, how are you saying this is a revenue if we're borrowing or moving money from our savings into this? How would you, why would you categorize it as a revenue?
Because it comes in as monies into general fund.
Right, but we're not getting any money from anywhere.
Right.
Where there's no revenue,
It's
we're using our savings
Yes.
for this.
Yes, and that is exactly right. It's not a revenue that is generated because of fee or a toll. It is monies that we're using from our reserves coming in to help us balance the budget.
Right, so we can differentiate that because
Yes.
it has nothing to do with revenue because it's not revenue. We're using our fund to balance this fund, so it doesn't, I mean, just kind of maybe separate them, please, for next time.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
I mean, if you're saying that we're bringing $6 million of reserves to balance the budget, then actually, wouldn't the budget be negative 1 million? Would
If
it
we
be
took it
negative
out,
1 million?
If we were not to use it, not bringing that monies into general fund, we would be short in 6 million
But we'd have a negative budget.
on top of what the current shortfall is right now.
Yeah, I think we need to have a plan for this. I think having it, under other financing sources, is that all completely money that we borrowed last year? Does that make up that entire line item, or are there other things?
There's two line items in there, which is the bridge transfer, which is monies that's being transferred in, which is, it's under the revenue
That's revenue,
category,
sure.
to your point, Councilmember. And then we have the reserve that's coming in as a revenue category, not a true revenue based on fees that make up that amount that we have in there.
Where's the bridge again? It's under other?
Yes, under other financing sources. And then going back to your point, it's under the Maquinitas is under the license and permits, but this is showing at 380, even though we lost $1 million in there because some of our other line items did make up some money. So each one of this category has 10, 15, 20 line items within it that have different revenues. So I'm trying to give you a summarized version, but I can provide you a listing of each one that's in there, both under revenues and expenses.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanna see how much the bridge comes out, cause they wanna know that, just for the community to know how much we're bringing in from the bridge, cause we have a committee over there that, the Port of Entry that works on everything, so they also wanna know how much we're bringing in from the bridges.
Yeah, if we go back to this slide, this is a historical bar chart of the monies that we usually bring in from the bridge. 21, 22 is actual, that was the actual, 37.2 million. 22, 23, 39.7 million. Fiscal year 23, 24 was 42 million. The estimate for this year is 42.1 million. So we're estimating we're gonna be approximately 2 million short from our budget, but we're still higher than our actual from the prior year. And then the proposed is 43.3 for the proposed fiscal year 26, which is 1.2 million more than the estimate that we have for this year. So expenditures, on the expenditure side, first thing that comes up there is 288. So we have more expenditures currently than our revenue side. That's a shortfall of $6 million as of right now. Our public safety expenditures, this is by category. Public safety is 175 million. General government is at 41 million. Culture and recreation, 27 million. Other public works, 12 million. Transfers of 15 million. This is for our city annuity and for our matches, for our police matches, grant matches. And then we have a small amount of insurances. This is the insurances that we pay under the general fund for properties. And then we have health and wellness of $1 million. Showing it in a different, showing it now by the category. This represents 210 million in personnel. So the majority of our budget is in personnel. Contractual services, 40 million. Intergovernmental transfers, 15 million. Other charges, 12 million. Materials and supplies, 10 million. And the miscellaneous, 1 million. But my takeaway from this slide is that, you know, the balancing of the general fund is always difficult because our highest expense is personnel. And we currently still have, projected for next year, we have a 2.5 COLA effective October 1st and a 1.5 in April for the step longevity increase in there. So we've been trying to make sure that we keep that in our budget for our employees as we move through this process. Now, when we look at our expenses, this is by categories. One of our strategy was to keep our expenditures at 3.5%. If you look at the total on the bottom right, we're at 3.79 currently. As you can see, personnel is our biggest, 9 million is our biggest increase in our budget. That represents about 4.6 of our total increase from the previous original budget. And as we move down, materials and supplies represents a 708,000 increase. Contractual services, 2.3. Under contractual services, one of our biggest hits that we have in there is for anything having to do with information technologies. One of our biggest hits has been in our police department because of the leasing or the buying of all the cameras. Everything is now, you can't no longer buy a CD that has Microsoft Word in it. Now you pay a recurring license. So this change in our IT arena is transitioning to now recurring fees in time. And this is an M&O expense. Prior to that, we could buy some of these items through a different financing mechanism. So that is one area that we're seeing our bigger increases is in our contractual services, where we have all those contracts for anything IT related. Other charges pretty much remain the same, $56,000 difference. Capital outlay, normally we don't have any capital outlay since we do most of our capital outlay purchases through our bond purchases. And then debt service, this is our debt service payment, pretty much staying the same. And our intergovernmental transfers, about the same as well.
Mayor, if I may, let's make the record reflect that Councilwoman Melissa Figueroa is present.
All right, thank you.
So preliminary general fund, 282.5 is our current revenues. 288.6 million is our current expenditures. We have approximately a $6 million shortfall at this point. Like I mentioned earlier, our next step is to go back and look at the revenues. We're going to be looking at licensing permits again. We're going to look at the fines and forfeitures, rents and royalties, miscellaneous and franchise fees. On the expenditure side, we're very close to meeting our target of 3.5. We are going to go back and look at travel, food and ice line items, office supplies, furnishings, contract labor, clothing and linen, and then of course there is still a transfer that we might have for the detox. Detox we haven't, is not a general fund, it's a special revenue fund, but that's one that we still, we were fortunate enough that we got one of the grants coming in, but I believe there's still a shortfall. We haven't balanced that, so that we might have to have general fund assist that in this year as they continue getting additional grants to support the detox. Preliminary August presentations, and these are what we're scheduling for our August meeting. We have utilities, parks and recs, fleet, solid waste, planning, and animal care. These are some of the departments were mentioned in our last meeting. If there's any other departments that you, council would like to discuss or review in the August meeting, please let us know so we can schedule them accordingly. And that is my presentation. Right after me, we're going to now talk about the CIP, all the different vehicles and CIP items that we're considering for this budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're finished with staff reports. Who's next?
The CIP now.
Okay, who's that?
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
can we bring up the health insurance item
Health insurance. Okay, yes, let's go back.
so we can have that discussion already?
All right.
Motion to,
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We'll bring up discussion and possible action on the presentation and review of City of Laredo Employee Health Insurance Program, any matters related there.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
So, we approved the health insurance plan, but, it looks like the out-of-pocket for the employees is a lot more than I'm comfortable with. And, even though we did make some adjustments in terms of equity for employees, their out-of-pocket is still gonna be a lot, for the PPO plan. And I understand that there's a strategy there, I guess, to get people to opt into a different plan, and I understand all that. But I have some concerns about that plan in terms of reliability for people who are gonna need to use the plan, and whether or not it's gonna be difficult for them to use that plan. And I foresee that a lot of employees, from what I'm understanding, is they're just gonna stay with the PPO plan as is, the plan that they've been on, because the other plan is going to kind of force people to pay out of pocket when they go visit the doctor when they're sick. And, so there's some changes there, I understand why we made them, but realistically, I don't understand if it's really going to accomplish what we're trying to do, or what the city's trying to do, or the department's trying to do. But at the end of the day, for people who do stay on the PPO plan, you're looking at 100% increase for yourself from what you were paying, whether, regardless, across the board, every single employee will be now paying double premium for themselves. And then if they have a spouse or a child or a family plan, those premiums are gonna be going up also significantly more, in the hundreds of dollars, more per month. So I do think it's something that, we need to revisit. So I'd like to see if management has any other options above what was presented or what was passed, so that we could reconsider and maybe see how we could, lower the out-of-pocket for everybody on these premium increases, for the PPO plan specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Knapp.
Yeah, Mayor, we do have a presentation, and we also have our consultant here, and so I'd like to cover exactly what the questions were.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Linda Teniente with the Human Resources Department. Council member, thank you for the opportunity to revisit this item. We had a good discussion yesterday with our employees, which then opened up really good discussions with us. And we reemphasized the reason that it was done. The city of Laredo, if you've just heard Mr. Esparza's presentation, I think all the funds are in the same, especially the health and benefits fund that I can speak about. We are in dire straits. If we do not do anything to our plan this year and modify that plan again, next year at this time, we're not going to have the funding to sustain that program. That means we're going to have to come back to you and make other adjustments. So I'm going to take you back. So in January this year, we met with our Blue Cross Blue Shield partners, and I have Tina Cerda here with Laudel Brokers, and also have Natalie Haskett. She is our she's our consultant with Gallagher. So we work as a team together along with our budget. So the four of us work together with management to provide an option to consider. When we met back in January, the rates are gonna come in higher, so we already know that our medical are gonna come in at 30 million, and this is $1 million, and our prescriptions are gonna go up to a proposed 11.6 million. So we are anticipating that we're going to receive, revenues in the 55 million, or, I'm sorry, 52 million is going to be our revenue projected, cost that we will receive, and our expenditures are going to be in 55 million for 1 year for our 6,000 members. So we were forced to take a look at our plan and restructure it. So we went back to Gallagher and we determined what those amounts were going to be. Gallagher came back and gave us some plan options to consider to restructure. So a couple of things happened. The primary things that happened, and I don't know if I have a summary of that. Do we have the summary of what we did? So what we did is it put a break, a 12.5 gap between the PPO, HMO, and the HDHP plan. That was the first step we did, so it's 12.5%. And initially, when we spoke to them, they said we needed to have a 26% increase, and that 26% increase was above the premium. When I'm talking about percentages, I'm talking about the base of that premium cost that we're going to be looking at. So then what our consultant recommended was this format. There was a couple of them, but this is the one that did that break. It also included a break in between the 12.5, and then what it also did, it spread that amongst the 3 plans.
Mayor, if I may.
Most of our
Yes, go
employees
ahead.
are
Ms.
at that
Teniente, real
area.
quick,
Yes, ma'am.
why did you have to have that 12% spread between the plans? Why?
So in the past, this is the 5th year of a last 5-year plan that we had. So when we went back there and we revisited that discussion, our consultant said, you're not doing enough to modify your plan. So what happened is we start with what's called a balance, a reserve. So what happens is if we don't change our plan up or down, that reserve is getting depleted. Our consultants and the industry standard says that we should have 20% of our expenditures in a reserve fund in the event of what happened last year. So let me tell you what happened last year. We had over 27 cases of catastrophic cases, meaning high claims cost. Those costs come in at over 100,000 up to 500,000 claims. So that is what drove our cost right now. So some years we have a very good year, and this is what happens with this plans. There are years that we have very good years that we don't have the 27 cases. Typically, it's about 7 to 11. That's usually the norm. But year 23, we had 27. When we do our cost and our rates, they take the last 2 years of those claims, and those high claims cost is really what drives our claims right now. And this is what helps us determine that rate of what it should be. Natalie does a very good job in explaining why we did or how they came to the rates, the base rates for each one of those plans. And I'll have her explain it to you so you can get a good understanding of why we had this discussion. I'll have Natalie talk about it if you don't mind, please. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. So as Linda mentioned, what you want to do, you have 3 plan options. And so what you want to do is price those and rate those plans applicably to how they stack up. So you have, your PPO plan is your typically your most expensive plan. It's most expensive to insure. Historically, those that are on that plan have higher cost of care. Then you have your HMO option, you have your high deductible health care option, and we know they all have their pros and cons, right? But as the plan sat now, there wasn't enough differentiators there to price. They weren't priced according to their value, and so that was the exercise that we tried to do this year to really make up the difference. So if you want the PPO plan, you're going to pay a little bit more because it is you pay less. You have your set copays, you have a lower deductible, whatever that might be. Obviously, to the extreme side of that, you have the high deductible health plan where that first dollar coverage comes into play, but your premium is, in this case, free. And so we wanted to try to offset those plans accordingly to their value to not only, the goal every year is to come in on budget. If we have a good year or we have a little bit extra for those reserves, great, because we need those in years that we're going to have a bad year.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Natalie, for the record position, please.
I'm sorry?
Your position.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Natalie Haskett, a consultant with Gallagher.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Haskett, I have a question. So, based on what Ms. Teniente said, it sounds like last year was kind of an outlier. And so that's the first, I guess, part of my.
Yes and no. If
yeah.
I might, Mayor, we may add that. It's a yes and no answer. Our costs, medical costs are going up. Prescriptions this year was off the charts. We filled 65,000 prescriptions for year ending 23. That's a high number. You know, is it the norm that, you know, when we compare ourselves against other entities? The answer is yes. We live in a society where our prescriptions are just going up. So it's multiple things that drove those costs up. And it wasn't just that one item. It was our medical has pretty much stabilized, but what threw us off was a high claims cost, the medical costs that are going up in the industry itself, and the prescription. Those were the main three that drove those costs for at those rates.
Well, thank you, Ms. Teniente, but I wanted to get a question from Ms. Gallagher, like in terms of your profession, right? If looking just at not industry norms, looking at Laredo, right? Because we pay you and we hire you to work with just us, right? And then consider the other plans and in the norms. But Laredo, from what I understand, is that we had an off year, a higher than normal claims that is kind of an outlier from the norm that we are seeing in Laredo.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then why are we now making adjustments based on an off year that would normally be used for kind of like reserves, and then basing everything on that? Because I understand what you all are doing and you have your numbers and your justifications, but at the end of the day, our employees, if it's the employee only, they were paying $40, and I'm going off the PPO, because I understand it's the most expensive and we have reasons to like want people to get into another plan, but that's the plan that allows them to go pay a set amount and then go to the doctor and take care of their needs. If there's some behavior changes that we need to make, then we could probably phase them in, like we talked about with third-party funding and other things that we've been talking about today. But here it sounds like we're telling the employees, like, we want you to get off of here, we want you to get on this one, and kind of incentivize or make the other plan a little more attractive. But we still have employees that either have to stay on this plan or whatever reason are gonna stay on it just because they don't wanna be paying for the doctor out of pocket. Or we've heard some things about that other plan that maybe the hospitals are not cooperating with that plan and stuff, which we could address here in a little bit. I would want to address. But my question in terms of an outlier year and an off year, why are we basing now the new rates for the employees off of a year that was unexpectedly or abnormally high for us? Because our employees, if it's just them, they're going to be seeing 100% increase in their PPO out of pocket. So they're gonna go from $40 a month to $80 a month. Now, if they have a spouse, that's gonna be another $120 a month. If they have a child, it's gonna be $107 a month. And if they have a family, it's gonna be $153 a month. And police and fire is gonna be even higher than that. If it's the police and fire and their spouse, it's gonna be $141 a month more. If it's their child and themselves, it's gonna be $121 a month more. And if it's their family and them, it's gonna be $200 more per month out of their pocket. So that's the concern I have, is that if we're talking about, this past year we had a lot of prescriptions, and this past year we had a lot of, claims or whatever, well, now everybody's gonna be paying a lot more. So how is that justified in terms of that's the recommendation and the route for us to go?
So I do want to clarify, it wasn't just an off year. So what we do is when we look, every year we set and we talk with the team and we set what we call a projection. And we look at the actuarial value of what has currently taken place. We look back 24 months and then we try to predict what is going to happen. And so it was, yes, last year was a little high, but we have historically had higher years, and where we have made recommendations year after year to increase more, the city has taken a little bit more of a, not as aggressive. We've only been, raising rates 3%, 5%, where we on the back end of saying we probably need 10, we need 12, and just to kind of level set, each year we're not only trying to solve for what we think will happen, we're also working against trend. And so to give you just a little bit of information, medical trend alone is right at 7%, and this is for Laredo specific. There is national trend, but you know, we take some factors into place because not everyone is the same, right? The pharmacy trend is knocking on 13%. And so we are not only trying to hit a balanced budget, but we're also trying to project what will happen for next year. And so where we have historically taken a moderate stance, when I say we, the city has taken a moderate stance in your increases, we're now to the point that we have very little left in the reserves. I think $1.9 million. And so where you have historically pulled from the reserves to not pass on those increases to the employees, we're now at a point where we have to do something a little bit more aggressive. And so our recommendation was to spread those plan values. And then when we look at an increase, we say a percentage. We need a 26%. That was not doable. That was not. So we settled on a 10.5% increase to the overall cost. Then what we do is we take that 10% and what that number is, and then you apply it by each of the 3 plans and each of the tiers. And the model this year was, let's fund the high deductible health plan at 100%, 50% for the dependent tiers, the HMO plan at 85%, 50% for the dependent tiers, and then 75% for the PPO plan. And so that's where some of those dollars shifted. And yes, the PPO plan was hit harder than the others, but that was the reason. And it really wasn't just an off year that we're basing this off of. This is years that we have been less aggressive, and we're finally to the point where we need to do something. We're not going to have enough money for 2026.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may, I'm just trying to make sure we're all talking about the same numbers, because there's a chart there, but there's percentages getting just thrown out. Let me just speak, I just want to walk through this. First of all, what's the median employee at the city of Laredo? Which plan is the median employee on? The PPO plan?
The PPO.
And would you say they are more likely to be the median employee on the employee only or the family plan? Look, I'm just trying to get most common employee situation, just so we're talking about.
Of the 3,000 employees the city of Laredo has, I'm sorry, not sure. We have 1,378 employees that are on the employee PPO traditional, 1,378.
They're on the PPO with family?
Yes. Plus, we also have the fire and police that are on the 813, so it's over 2,000.
Okay, so just right now, what they're paying for a family plan, $723 per month?
Per month, correct.
Or if they're bi-weekly, $330, because there's some employees that are paid monthly, some employees that are paid bi-weekly. Most employees are paid bi-weekly, correct?
Correct, bi-weekly, yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know why we have a monthly one then. Okay, so bi-weekly, $334. And bi-weekly meaning 26
Pay
pay periods per year, right?
Yes, sir.
Not 24. Okay, so that's $334 bi-weekly. That's the, typical person. So with this change, would change $334 to $368.
That is correct.
Okay, so $368, let's do the math together, everybody. Okay, I know it's there. $368 minus $334, that's $34. Increase per pay period. 34 divided by 368, that's a 9.2% increase. Is my math?
That doesn't include the employee.
Is that correct? That's I just did the employee. That was the example I just did. Employee.
No, that's
What you captured, Councilman, was the family rate. So you would take the family rate and the employee rate. So you take both of them. So let's take an employee right now at $40.
The family doesn't include the employee?
No, sir.
Oh. Sorry, I'm not on the plan, guys. I'm sorry.
No, I understand.
So for the audience, okay. This is why I'm trying to make sure I understand this. I assumed a family plan would also include the employee.
You would think.
Why? So that's kind of weird to me that, but anyway.
No, so every employee is paying 100% more. On top of that, all these other plans have 1% more.
So for the employee only, it's going from 40 to 77. So it's 30,
Yeah, I did the
So it's-
math here.
it's quite a bit.
34.77 a pay period.
30
Police and fire are going up 53.86 a pay
so it's going
period.
up 92% on the employee-only side.
For everybody.
Why does it have to be that, why do we have to go 92% on the employee-only side? Because it seems like the family aspect is within reason, higher than anybody wants, but the employee-only side, why is it going up 92%?
Because when Galler Group presented to us, they added the actual value of the plan. In years past, we've not addressed the actual value. We've undervalued it, and now we're at a point where they said, this is the value of this plan. So this is why you're seeing that percentage.
But very few people are just on the employee-only, so they're still paying their fair share with the family aspect. And I get it, past councils, and maybe two of our councils kicked the can down the road, like 2 years of, to get to this point to where we're just kind of been waiting for this day of reckoning to come. And I get it. It's the opinion of our consultant that we've made it to that day of reckoning. I'm just wondering if there's a way to not go as high on the employee-only side, considering our median employee does pay for the family plan. And if we can get the number of how many just do the employee-only, that would be another.
We have.
The same, the 13.
We have 1378 in employee only and 813 in fire and police, which is a total of 2,191 that are on the
I'm saying,
employee.
how many are on the
PPO.
employee-only but not family?
Oh, that's 2,191. Employee only,
No, but earlier you said the median employee is on the family plan as well, so I'm asking.
60, let me correct myself. 68 employees that are part of the PPO have family coverage. On fire and police, fire safety, you have 248 employees that have employee and family coverage.
Only 68 employees pay for the family PPO plan? 68%?
No, 68 people of our employees have the family coverage. Non-civil service, non-fire and police. Fire and police, there are 248 employees that have their family coverage.
So that's not what, because earlier I asked what the median employee is on, and you said the PPO plan with self and family. But now you're saying only 68 people are on that. That's definitely not the median then. So I'm trying to get a picture of what the average median employee, in this case, the civil service, non-CBA employees, what I'm mainly asking about here. So
68 have employee and family. Non-civil,
that's
non-fire
not very-
police. And 248 police have,
And I'm asking
families.
how many people have just employee only, and that's all they have?
2,180.
91.
Oh. So the vast majority, the answer to my question was that the median employee is on the employee only. That was the answer to the question, because clearly if 2,100 out of 2,900 are on that, that's a huge chunk are just on the employee only. Very few civilian employees pay for the family plan, because who can pay $1,400 a month for family insurance? So that's,
But family
this
includes
clears.
spouse and child alone. How many do we
But
have
only-
only children?
On the PPO plan?
Yeah.
Regular employees? 115 regular employees and 311 uniform.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick. Yeah. Can you give us a breakdown of like the children only, spouse, family, and as we're speaking right now, I guess, I think we can just make that layout.
For the PPO plan?
Mhm.
Okay.
We'll get a copy for you.
Because we're back and forth, we are not.
We'll give you a copy of this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Teniente, do we know, because if they're not taking advantage of the insurance that's provided to them by the city, do we know if their families have other forms of insurance, either through their business or maybe on the open market?
We don't have hard numbers. We do know that there are spouses, that their spouses may work for a federal agency, school district, but we don't have absolute numbers on that, council member.
So you don't know how many are insured and perhaps how many are uninsured?
Right, and then some of our employees fall within the Medicaid programmings and other supplemental programs. They don't disclose it to us, they just opt out of having the coverages for themselves.
But their family could be covered through other programs, and we just don't collect that information.
That could be the cause, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Council, yeah, go ahead.
So if this is the plan that the majority of our employees are on, how many employees are on the other plans? Like the HMO, why did we not change anything on the HMO plan?
We did.
But minimal. Like, why did we attack this plan so hard?
Because we were trying to value the plans appropriately based on trying to bring them to an actual value. There was so little differentiators between the plans and the rates that was the goal, was to try to set the plans apart. And unfortunately, the PPO plan was hit harder because it is valued higher and it should cost more. Because those that you're insuring on that plan do cost you more.
Mayor,
Councilwoman?
would you be able to explain those differences? I mean, you usually are explaining when you're telling an employee why, or the different insurance plans and what they can choose to participate in. Could you just briefly distinguish between the different plans?
I'll let Natalie talk about it, but what we do, and we started this conversation today, is because we started going out to the departments to educate the departments on what's the best plan for themselves as an employee and their families. Not all families are the same or the right way, so what might be right for one family may not be right for the other plan. Though, however, we've not, as I said it earlier, we've not had a cutback on benefits. But I'll have Natalie explain what each one of the plan does and how it impacts the employees. So.
And I'll just briefly state, so, you know, when we were talking about the health insurance plans and at the last workshop, and specifically the decrease in reserves, it was alarming. I mean, I think we chewed up $5 million in reserves because of the circumstances that we had and the higher costs. And that is incumbent upon the city to fill in those gaps so that people who depend on these insurances can get the services that they need. If we don't have enough reserve, then if it runs out of money, you run out of money, and either you pull it from other things that are going on in the city, I don't know what those decisions look like, or people don't get to use their insurance to the full capacity. So this is no small thing. And I did ask last time what the plan was to bump up those reserves again because of the need to maintain them. So I can appreciate the care that you're doing in trying to figure out how we get more money into the system so that we have that. I don't even want to say it's a cushion, because we had to use $5 million, and that was an actual expense. But we need to be that healthy, because we owe that to the people who depend on this insurance.
Mayor, and if I may also add, we pay every Monday. Every Monday, the city of Laredo receives a bill from Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it tells us this is where our costs are. A good week is $500,000. A bad week is $1.1 million. And that's what we got billed for 7 days, $1.1 million. Doctors' offices and hospitals have up to 1 year to file a claim against the city, so we have to have something sitting in that pot in the event 12 months later we get that bill. But on a weekly basis, every Monday we pay this, and we see the numbers. And I'll be honest, it is scary to see those numbers. And then I'm looking at what's still left in our funds. So when I'm trying to balance both and then try to come in and give a good recommendations with our consultants and our brokers, these are not easy decisions for us to make. They're very hard. we don't ever want to get to the point where we have to cut back a benefit or say, this group is no longer covered under us because we just can't afford them. And Natalie and I were just talking about earlier before we walked in here, she says municipalities are right now judging what, should we stay with this plan, keep everybody that we currently have, or do we need to start making tough choices? Other municipalities that are clients of the Gallagher Company, that they're having to make those tough decisions this year as well. It's just not a good year for at the medical industry in a whole. But I'll have Miss Natalie explain what those plans are, Mayor, if you will allow us here. Yes.
Go ahead. Natalie, how many years have we haven't been following your advice from a 3% to a 12% of a recommendation?
So Gallagher has only been, this will be our third year, so the past 2 years. And we always make recommendations again. We try to project, we look back historically, we try to project how we're gonna end the fiscal year, and then we're gonna look forward to the next year. And, I'm not saying that the city didn't do their due diligence, because I'll be honest with you, not every client, 99% of them do not take our absolute recommendation. We talk about it and we kind of negotiate and look what the fund balance is, what we can do, where we wanna absorb, where we don't. And we come to some sort of agreement. So it's not that the city didn't do their due diligence, it's just we weren't as aggressive as we said. We were kind of in a 5-year plan, and now that has kind of expired, we can now take action to try to prepare for the next 5 years.
Mayor, Merari's sharing with you the spreadsheet that Gallagher provided to the city of Laredo for review, and we can.
Mayor,
It's a lot,
Go ahead.
but we'll go step by step, and we'll tell you where the plans are. So we'll start with the PPO, which is the most aggressive plan that we have and the most valuable one, and we'll start with the PPO. It's on the last page, sir.
Oh, this is gonna be hard to read. Can I have do we have this in a, I know, but, but.
Let me see if we can have this up here, and we'll see if we can blow it.
I do have a question though, and this is, we're all up here kind of wondering what can be done. We're talking money, but I think the bigger picture, Ms. Gallagher too, is what can we do to change the behaviors that we don't want? Because I know that there's behaviors that are driving the costs of this plan up. For example, freestanding ERs that people go to for things that are non-emergencies, as like a doctor visit, that they don't realize that they're walking away not paying anything, but then the plan is getting charged a lot of money, stuff like that. If that's an issue, what are we doing in terms of the rates and the behaviors that we're trying to change? What are we doing to say that we're not gonna cover that? I mean, instead of raising the rate for everybody to just allow the same behaviors to continue, then why don't we implement changes to the coverage structure to say, if you go to a freestanding ER for a non-emergency visit, then you're gonna cover that at 100% out of your pocket, regardless of the plan you're on.
Mayor?
I mean, why can't we set certain parameters within our plan other than to just raise the rate for everybody or push them into a plan where now I have to pay $2,500 or $6,000 out of my pocket based on, if I have a family plan on the high deductible plan, I have to pay $6,000 out of my pocket on top of the premiums just to get my kids regular treatments from the, off chance that they get sick, because the PPO plan is gonna cost me an additional $100 a month. So in my calculations, I may just say, well, I'm just gonna stay on the PPO plan, and we're not gonna change behaviors because everybody's just gonna basically adapt to this, higher increase, and we're still gonna have people behaving in the ways that are affecting the plan. If you and I hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have known the impact that stuff has to the plan. I'm pretty sure our regular employees don't know that either. There's other things that we do that are not helpful either. Certain policies and practices that we have in place right now that are not helping us. So every year we're just gonna be throwing money and throwing money, and we're gonna be increasing, and from our standpoint, we're talking about budget, we're not gonna be able to pay our employees enough of an increase to cover the increase of their insurance. So how is that fair for us either, for our employees too? Like, to tell them that they're gonna have to pay, you know, an additional $200 a month or whatever for their family, or an additional, you know, double what you were paying for just for yourself, that's a huge percentage. 100% increase is a big percentage. There's no way we'd be able to keep up with that in terms of pay raises for employees. So we're either gonna have to make policy adjustments to the PPO that discourage some of the behaviors that are causing the plan to increase, instead of just making it so unattractive that we force them into another plan that is also gonna cause them problems.
Mayor, and council member, just to address that, we have done that. We now, if a member goes to a doctor or a clinic that is not in network, the employee's gonna have to pay 100% of that. We're not gonna cover that anymore. Back then, we were doing it 80-20, we would still cover that, 60-40, we would cover it. We've now modified our plan that now if an employee goes to an out-of-network provider, you're going to pay for this. We're not paying for this anymore. The other thing we've done, we've educated our employees to say, we have a clinic. We have a clinic that does this for you. You don't have to go and pay the office visit. We've put $1.9 million into that clinic. It's on site, on city time. You're not having to pay for that. We take care of you there. We also have the Nuestra Salud. What we're also promoting is preventative care. If we can catch those cancers, and that's what one of our driving diagnoses is, cancer. We had a 50% increase in cancers diagnosis for our employees. So if we can do that preventative care and get the employees, colonoscopies are 100%, pap smears, breast mammograms are 100%. All these exams at all three plans are 100% covered. If we can take care of that preventative care, we can get the employee to be cognizant, be a better consumer in the field out there. You don't have to use our card, and we're educating them. If you go to HEB and HEB is saying, if you use our card, it's $20, but if you use a Good RX, it's going to be $2. I told the employees, go ahead and use a Good RX, be a better consumer. HEB is working with the city of Laredo when they go out there and they automatically are running our card, and if they have a better plan, they will ask you, do you want to use a Good RX? I've tested it as an employee, as a consumer, and I will say that they've done that for me because I paid $2.36 for prescription. Whereas if I would have used our medical plan, it would have been over $50. So they do work with us, and they are in tune with us. We are doing some things to modify our plan. We do want to change the culture. What's happened in the years past, we've not aligned the actual value of our plans where it needs to be at. We've undervalued it, you know, and I can't speak to previous actions, what have you. I can tell you we're at the end of a 5-year plan, and we need to look at this a little bit differently. Either we can do that, we maybe even consider even discussions from yesterday. I learned a lot. Maybe we can do a phase-in, maybe we can do a 3-year phase-in to get us to where we need to. But we have to do something differently. And I'm willing to entertain that, and we've worked with it. We were working with numbers earlier today that, you know, maybe it was too an aggressive move. Maybe we can do something differently. Instead of this amount, maybe we can consider something differently. But it is a matter of, we as an organization, in order to keep this plan solvent, we need to do something. And I don't want to cut back on people being in our plan, nor any of the benefits that we're providing right now. Like I said, 27 cases that were over $100,000, that is significant for our plan. 1.1 million in 7 days, that is an ouch for all of us. So we take this very seriously. I'll let Tina speak because she's got some ideas here too. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Tina Serva with Laudel Insurance, and I'm here today with my partner Blas Martinez. Thank you once again for the opportunity to visit with you. I think, Councilmember Perez, that your points are super well taken. One of the struggles that not just the city of Laredo is dealing with, but every employer in the United States of America is, one, the rising costs. It is what it is. Something that used to cost, a service that used to cost $100 now costs $110, and the prescription costs have gone up. Unfortunately, the doctors haven't benefited from that. These rising costs have all served the pharmaceutical companies, of course, they're public enemy number one, and hospitals, the for-profit hospitals, et cetera. But the other piece that is kind of holding one hand behind your back are the government mandates. So when you talk about the out-of-network emergency rooms, absolutely, that's a driver. But if it is an emergency, if it can qualify as an emergency, the city doesn't have the option of not paying for it. They have to pay for it, and they have to pay not 100% of the full freight, but they have to pay close to it. So we're finding that we're just kind of chafing on that, but Linda and her team have been real creative. They've eliminated the copay at the primary care physician's office for both the PPO and the HMO, which means that if members will go in for their primary care visit, it doesn't cost them anything. It costs them time, but that's it. It doesn't cost anything. The city's paying for that. The city makes a 24-hour nurse line available, not just through the city of Laredo and what's available at the City Hall Annex, but through Blue Cross Blue Shield, 24/7 nurse line. That's a great tool, particularly for people that have younger children. You know, when you're a young parent, you panic about everything. Sometimes that's a great way to redirect people out of the emergency room. And then the other thing is MD Live, which is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week virtual doctor for folks that sometimes need services in the evening, on the weekends. So the tools are out there. The challenge before you guys, it's not just about redirecting behavior, although that is the very first step. It's that at this juncture, the city of Laredo has a population that is replete with chronic medical conditions. The diabetic rate is, I have a chart here, but I couldn't find it real quick, but the diabetic rate is very high. The high blood pressure rate is very high. The COPD rate is high. We've got departments, because we're able to track it, that have dismal participation in preventive care services and all of those things. Like, that's a perfect place to redirect that behavior. And so some years ago, in that exact conversation about the preventive care, that's when they added the first of the flex days. I don't remember exactly what.
Wellness days.
Wellness days, so that people could take a wellness day to go to their primary care visit, to go have that mammogram, to have that pap smear, etc. But you don't have a way, to my understanding, of enforcing that if Corey Salinas, I'm sorry, Corey, to pick on you, if Corey Salinas takes her wellness day, you don't have a way of saying, okay, prove that that's what you did. Or maybe her wellness day was for her child. That's also important. So all of these things are a struggle, but at the end of the day, the rate realignment, and I think that's a better way of looking at it, is a rate realignment, is to bring you to what it actually costs. You are self-funded. What that means is that you can charge yourselves whatever you want. You can make it free for everybody, but every Monday you pay those claims however they come in, period, end of story. So you have the beauty of that flexibility to set the rates at what everybody likes and to set the differentials at what everybody likes, but ultimately you still have to pay the claims when they come in. Our role is to help you manage the plan, to share the communication with your HR team. We've been out every week visiting with different departments. There's a WebEx going on as we speak with a group of employees to share how to use the plan and to try to get that message out. There are other things that are happening that are outside of any of our control. I'll pick on pap smears. I'm 59 years old, growing up. You got a pap smear every year, period, end of story. Well, guess what? Somebody decided that now it's every 2 years. What does that mean? I don't know, but what that does mean is that for women that want to get a pap smear that's not within that window, now they're gonna have to pay for that. Why? Because it's not preventive, because those guidelines are established by the state and federal government. Immunizations. Our two doctors here, I know you're seeing it. There's all sorts of movement out there. What is gonna happen when the immunizations are no longer fully required and you have a measles outbreak among the children that are the dependents of the city of Laredo? It's going to cost money. So you are in the unenviable position of having to make the really tough decision of how do you fund this plan and why do you need reserves? You need reserves because when the bad years come and they have not stopped coming. This has not been, last year wasn't an outlier. Last year was a regular year. Right now we've got 1% of the claims that are well over $6 million coming from just a handful of employees. The rest of the claims are coming from from the general population. We're not a healthy community, and we know that. We know that that's an issue, and the city of Laredo can be the vanguard of making those changes within its own employee culture, but it's hard. It's hard. I get it. I mean.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Mayor, thank you very much. Well, Dr. Trevino and I thank you for saying it's not our fault, appreciate that. What is there a way? Is the Affordable Care Act allow us to prohibit? Let's say there's one employee who just goes to this urgent care or the standing ER every single week. Is there a way to say you've lost your privilege of doing the PPO plan?
No, unfortunately not. And not just that, but the PHI, the HIPAA regulations prevent you from even being able to identify who that employee is and take any action on them. Now, what you can do and what some other big companies do is, for example, in order to qualify to get on the PPO plan, you could require that people do, we don't have time to do it this year, we cannot implement it this year, but you could, for example, require that in order to be eligible for the PPO plan, you must do your preventive care. So you could give them a window of, say, from October to February-ish to get in, but that takes us to the next issue, is capacity. If every City of Laredo employee, spouse, and dependent wanted to get their preventive care, their wellness exam done within that window, are there enough providers and slots available to accommodate them without them having to travel out of town?
That was my next question about cancer prevention and like if there's a way to either discount plans if they get all 40-year-old women and above have a mammogram and a pap smear on file, 45 and above colon cancer screening on file. Like, would there be a way to give, other than wellness days, financial discounts for that?
Yes, not like a reduction in deductibles and things like that, but you could incentivize employees financially, but you have to be able to administer that. That's the next hiccup. And the colonoscopies, that's a great example. I don't know what the wait time is today for colonoscopy, but
it's a long time. But you can also do Cologuard. You can also do Cologuard. You don't have to do the colonoscopy. But yeah, but okay. So why didn't we I know it's too late now, but why didn't we consider 6 months ago adding the these prevention requirements to get into the PPO plan just because of capacity? And why would they only have from now, like 3 months a year to get their prevention done? Like, they would have the entire year to get their prevention
Well,
done.
let me answer the second question first, because there's a reporting lag. So in order to start open enrollment on July the 21st, we have to have all the data loaded up into that system by about the middle of June. And so we have to get that reporting data, and there's about a 30 to 45 day lag. We have to get that reporting data by then, so that means that we're probably looking at maybe April. Maybe I was a little short in that time frame, but that lag is what kind of hurts us initially. But I think eventually you could get like a rolling 12 months, but the first batch would be challenged. Why did we not do that? Because we're always looking to find, okay, what could we do now? Or what about this? Or what about that? And there are so many whatabouts that it's hard to kind of narrow it down. And I think if I'm speaking for Linda and Natalie, I think right now the emphasis was on right pricing these benefits, because that 5-year commitment that you had previously held the city back from being able to accurately price these benefits. And then in terms of the difference from the plans, I just out of curiosity ran a quote for a small group, because that's all that we can do in the office. But the differential between the plans, if you were to go out into the private market, it's much greater than the 12%. It's closer to 24 and 50% between the plans. So the 12% difference from the high deductible health plan to the HMO to the PPO is a very generous benefit. If you were out buying insurance for your companies, you would see that it's much greater than that.
Councilman, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just a couple of questions on this plan, the PPO one specifically. The age for our children, it's up to the age of 26.
Correct.
Correct? Is there a way we can start bringing that down?
Federal law.
Federal law that if you have it, you've got to have 26 years old.
Up to age 26. And so what's happening, Councilmember Gutierrez, is you've got young people. I'll pick on my son. He's 25. He works. They offer him insurance, but he has to pay something. Well, guess what? Why should he pay when mom and dad are paying?
Right.
And so you probably have a good number of kids that are anywhere from 22 to 26 that are doing the exact same thing. And so that's additional expense. All of that being said, that's not an expensive population unless they get really sick. If they get sick, they get really sick.
Ms. Sardan, second question. Is there a way to differentiate the amount of children that are on the policy? So let's say I have a child, which I don't, I have 4. But they're all grown now. I have 4, and I pay a certain premium versus a person that has 10, which I hope nobody has 10 children nowadays, but it happens. Is there a way to do that?
There is a way.
Because I don't see it fair. I have a child, and I'm paying the same amount as a person that has 8 children, 6 children, 9 children.
Natalie, tell them what we can do with our plan. We can do that 1 + 1.
So we are kind of constrained what we can do. They call it.
Just a question.
No, legitimate question. I've had this before, but it is a child RIN. That's why they do that. It's 1 child or 10 children. It's the same rate. You cannot charge per. Now, what you can do is you can have an employee-only rate, a tier, employee +1, and an employee +2. But an employee +1 could be an employee plus spouse or an employee plus child. And then if you have more than 2 people on your plan, you would fall under that employee +2 tier.
So we are able to do that then, differentiate it, just with a certain amount? Or is it
Not for
just
children.
plus?
Not for children, just plus. So if it's you as the employee plus 1 other person, you could do employee +1. If you are an employee plus 1, 2, 3, 4, anything over you and another person, you would fall to an employee plus 2 tier. And again, you're taking it from a 4 tier to a 3 tier, so you can see that the rates are going to go up, it'll be more expensive.
Okay.
But that's the only controls we have as far as that.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think we're hitting on some good topics here. In terms of the employee wellness, we don't have that anymore where you can get the days if you do certain things. Do we still have them?
Mayor and council members, yes, ma'am, we do. We
Okay.
still have it. We've have over 900 of our employees that have taken advantage of that program. And what it does, you now have to do 4 of the physical preventative care elements, and then you get some 3 from the bottom, which are like trainings and what have you. We still have that in place.
And what is the benefit for them? How many days off do they get or what?
2 days. If they do all their elements, they get 2 days of wellness, and it's exactly what Tina just said. The intention is for the employee to take that day to go and get their preventative care. Typically, that's what we'd like for our employees to do, but like Tina said, we can't mandate and say, go and get a preventative care exam done. That is the intention of it, is to get that preventative care.
I'm getting some questions that I should ask. And one of them is if there's been a utilization analysis on the ERs, the freestanding ERs. Have we done a utilization analysis?
We get a report, it's called from MAC. We go on an annual basis to Blue Cross Blue Shield it's called the annual meeting. And what they do give us a utilization summary report of how many people are using it for non-emergency reasons. But it gives us a whole year. So if that employee went throughout that year, we get that report. We just got it here in May of 2025. We just got the report, so we've been looking at it. We're aware. On a monthly basis, we meet with the Laurel Group, and they share what's called an insight report. In that insight report, we're able to gather where are we year-to-date on medical prescriptions, what are our high-cost claims, what are our prescriptions that are being used the most, which are the highest claims that are coming in, and that kind of helps us gauge where we are at as far as like the stop losses that we have in place.
So I think we can do better in terms of incentivizing employees somehow, I've worked for companies before in the past that have, for example, on-site gyms and things like that. And I guess as an employee, you think it's just for fun or whatever. But looking at it from this perspective, I see that, it is better for the employer to have the employees, I guess working out and doing stuff like that. I don't know if there's things that we can incorporate into the organization that incentivize health in a better way, because right now only 900 people out of the 2,600 employees are participating in the wellness incentive, which that's not a very good percentage. I mean, it's good, but it's not like you would expect it to be close to 100% if you're getting, 2 days off for doing certain things. And then it just seems like we're trying to get the plan on a good path, but I do think it's a big hit all at once.
We can certainly address that, Mayor and council members. We can have the Employee Wellness Division do a more aggressive approach to get more of our employees to take advantage of the good benefits that the city of Laredo has. We've compared ourselves to other agencies, the school districts, and no one's occupational clinic comes close to ours, and I like to brag about it because no one else does as good as what we do as the city of Laredo. We would like to see our numbers increase. You're right, 998. I'd like to see more than 1,500 of our employees do that. So maybe we can set up our own goals and say, hey, I need you to go to our clinic. It's there. It's for that purpose. We'd rather catch it at a preventative level than it to become a full cancer, full cardiac arrest, full organ transplant. I'd rather us capture it at that early on stage.
Also, Mayor, real quick.
Go ahead,
As
finish.
far as the freestanding ERs go, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to ask
Yes,
you more. Is there something that we can do to kind of curb that? I mean, I don't want to tell someone not to use it if they need it. But at the same time, if it's costing all of us an additional $200 a month, and all of us are going to, the health clinic, and we're all trying, to I guess not drag on the plan. I don't think they know how it impacts the plan. So if we have to set certain measures in place, I'd like to see a lower out-of-pocket for the employees across the board, but maybe stricter terms on what they can utilize. So maybe if we have a partnership with LMC or in doctors, that if you go to the ER there, like, it's better than going to, and going to certain, you know, like VitalMed or one of those types that's more of a doctor visit than like an ER visit. We need to make sure that we're not being billed as an ER visit for something that's not an emergency, because all of us are paying for it. So we need better measures for that, because right now I don't really see that being addressed other than try to get them into the other plan, but there's nothing stopping them from doing that on that plan either.
Mayor and council members, if I may address that, they make it very attractive. They say, you come to our clinic, we'll give you a Chick-fil-A, we'll give you a beautiful mug, because I've seen them, they've been at our events where our employees are at, and they give them all these free things and say, you come to my clinic, we're not gonna charge you anything. Well, that's not a true statement, because our plan does get charged for it. And we've said it once, we said it twice, please don't go to that, don't go to that, it hurts our plan at the end of the day. The marketing on it is phenomenal, I have to give you kudos to it, because it's great marketing. However, at the end of the day, our plan does pay that cost. In talking with Mr. Nebb and our budget director, we would like to, for consideration, we can phase it in, Mayor and council members. We'd like to phase it in and get us to that percentage that we need to get to. Maybe we could reconsider a 3-year phase in. Right now, the city's putting in 86% of a benefit. In the next 3 years, we'd like to go 82%, 78%, and 75%. And then we'd like to increase it maybe $13 per year until we get to where we need to. We also get the ability to be monitoring how those claims are coming in and do a stronger campaign on educating our employees how to best utilize our plan, be cognizant of it, you know, be informed that if you overuse it, don't use it the right way. It costs us. It is there for the event that our families, our loved ones, or you as an employee need it. But we also need to protect our plan, because we are in a dire situation today. There's no, I like to be positive and say we can turn this around, and, you know, with proper education, with proper incentives to tell them this is the best way to use it. I will commit as an HR director and our health and benefits person that we will do a more aggressive campaign in our departments to better educate our employees on how to use our plan. That would be my commitment to this, to our management and also to our elected officials.
Is there an incentive for improving on their BMIs or weight loss? I know through wellness you do, but is there any incentive to get their deductible down or something?
I'm not aware, not unless Tina and Natalie, you all are aware of
They
that.
can't administer that. That's the problem, is that what Blue Cross can administer, and we've worked with them long enough to know that every time they promise something that's a little unique, they fail, and then everybody's unhappy. So we've learned just to say, what can you do? Not what does your system support? So that ends up coming back to the employer. But I will say this, our agency will commit to being available to meet with council in workshops throughout the year, rather than everything happening at budget time, because I realize it's like a fire hose of information, and the same with your collective bargaining units. We're here, we're available, we get the data. We're happy to talk to anybody and everybody that wants to. That's the role that we're here to play, and we're honored that we're invited to do these monthly meetings with the employees. I wish I could give everybody a test when they left to know whether they genuinely listened, but even if only a couple of people listen, then little by little the message will get out. But it is a challenge, and I have to now excuse myself because I have a doctor's appointment.
All
right.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Ms. Teniente, I have a couple questions. First, do you coordinate with the Laredo Public Health Department in advertising their services for lab work? Because I understand that they're able to process lab work at a much lower rate than what is out there in the market. And so that would be the first question.
If I may answer, yes, we use the Buena Vida program. It's the health department's Buena Vida program that we use to monitor our employees. So our employees come to our clinic, they receive the services, they get the panels done, zero cost to the employee, and then our staff analyzes what those results are. And if there's any points that the numbers are just too far off, they recommend the employee go and see their primary care physician. And we've even had situations where their blood panels are so high, high blood pressure, very high. We call the ambulance and we get them transported to the nearest hospital facility. In the last 2 weeks, I want to say that we've transported 3 of our employees by ambulance to an emergency room because those numbers and because they went to our clinic there. So it works.
Right, well, that's probably why they showed up to the clinic. I feel terrible. Okay,
Yes.
I'll go to that.
Yes, yes.
And yeah, that happens often. I have one more question, sorry. What, if you're talking about phasing in, do you know then what that does to rebuilding that reserve? Because if the goal is to rebuild the reserve, we had a 5 million draw. We only have 2 million, less than 2 million now. How do we efficiently do this in a way or responsibly do this so that we can have this reserve that we could very well need either this year or next before the 3 years is up?
I'll reserve that for Mr. Esparza. He's the numbers. I just kind of.
Jesus Esparza with the budget. We are looking, as we mentioned in our last meeting, we do have a forecast. So we do, I mean, this is only the first step in a direction to restore that fund balance. We are projecting the next 5 years to also continue having increases about 10%. So those 10% increases are gonna have to come from the city and from the employee to try to get us to that, to reestablish those reserves in there. So we have a 5-year forecast. Based on the adjustments that we're doing, we will go back and refresh those forecasts and provide those to see how close. And we will, of course, we have to monitor them on a yearly basis because if the medical trend increases more than that, we will have to readjust and adjust those increases. But we are looking at a forecast to make sure that we need to get back to that fund balance in there for any event that might happen in the future, so.
So you don't know what the impact would be if we do not accept this more aggressive approach and we decide to delay
No,
it?
we do have an estimate for that. The approximate cost for this estimate is about $800,000. $800,000 that the city is gonna have to put in this year to exercise or execute this plan that we have. Now that we haven't determined, is that gonna be coming from general fund, the health fund itself, a combination of things. So as we finish the year, we normally look at how we finish out this fund. And one of the things that we do is that if we do have any appropriations left, we make a decision, do we transfer them out to help this fund balance? So it's an exercise that we're gonna be doing for it. But the approximate cost for this idea that we have right now, with this proposal, is about $800,000 for the city.
For this year or per year?
For this year, and then next year, it's gonna be the cost of that plus whatever increases we're projecting into the total rate increases that are gonna be distributed based on those rates that we have for, those distribution rates.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Mr. Knapp, hopefully we can, look and determine more, where if it could be more than 800,000 out of those $6 million. We obviously weren't paying attention to the projections.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we're providing this resolution. My office had an opportunity to sit down with some of the public safety employees yesterday, and we talked about this. They've offered to kind of help walk through this. So this whole conversation that we've had on trying to bring people in line, you know, with understanding exactly what the impact is all there as well too. And I'll get back to the answer for your question as well too. So in my mind, I think us buying a little bit of time and reducing this over that 1 year, you know, and stretching it out a little bit, at least for our employees' health and safety as well too, within their funds, their own personal funds as well too, I think is going to do us really well for that. The 800,000, again, yeah, that's a number that goes on to that how we're gonna try to bring this budget into line. Can we get there? I believe we're gonna get there. We'll have a balanced budget, whatever it looks like. We're gonna do the best we can with what we have. And I know we have the CIP stuff coming next, and so that's gonna be a fun conversation. In my mind, based upon that conversation with public safety and my recommendation, based upon our staff and everything and our consultants and all that, is that we change this model into that 3-year cycle and let us adjust to the markets a little bit in a more balanced, rather than to go one time. Let's do it over a 3-year window. That'll give our employees an opportunity to sit down. We'll get a walk through this thing a little bit more detail and come up with a better final plan, because the danger we have, and you just don't know what's going to happen. Everybody's welcome to use my crystal ball, but it doesn't really work really well, right? Is to try to tell what's going to happen in the future. And so the idea though is that let's have our eye on the prize. Let's get this thing fixed. Let's get it solvent again, but let's do it in a little bit different manner. And I think the challenge we had was the 2 models that we provided the last time. This one was the one that got us there faster and better, and because of all the other constraints that we had. But in talking with staff and our consultants and everything, we can get there in a couple different ways. And I think this is good because our employees, that number from where they were going to pay almost 100% more for their portion, it goes to
Approximately
$13 rather than $37 for next year.
And if I may add, I answered the question of 800,000 as it refers to the general fund impact. The total impact is 1.3 million when we look at all the city departments that we have. So general fund is the 800, it's approximately $1.3 million on a yearly basis for the next 3 years to make this plan, to move this plan forward.
All right.
Mayor, I think we have public comment.
For now, do we have to rescind the action that we took?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, you cannot reconsider, you cannot amend, so you would have to rescind. And because it wasn't posted as a motion to rescind, you need 2/3 of those present to rescind. And then you
I'll
can,
post for the motion. We're
And
July.
the last item to put on the table, Mayor and Council, is that we have to have this work done by July 14th
Oh, okay,
for
that's-
this. So we don't really have a lot of time, so I would ask, please follow the recommendation and rescind a supermajority. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 2/3.
All right. Yes.
Second.
Motion second.
Because there's 6 of you, it would take 4 right now.
All in favor? Aye.
One last question.
Okay.
Mr. Dev, you're talking about $1.3 million cost? Where is that going to come from?
The 800,000 is in the general fund. And so we're still in the process of making over $6 million of adjustments within to balance out the budget right now. And so with that, we'll be working on that 800,000 as well too. We have, we've done a lot of work. I mean, because we've been bringing everything in line and everything in check. We still have some departments asking for more than the 3.4% that we know of the new revenue. Some of this can fall up on the reserves, but the reserves will eventually deplete. That's the challenge we have with this. So I think I don't know if Mr. Esparza has an idea of where the money will come from directly.
For this, exactly what you were talking about, Mr. Net, well, one of the options is we do have a fund balance in the health and benefits. So I'm thinking we can do a combination of a drawdown on that fund balance and a combination of general fund to mitigate the cost.
All right, I already called for the question.
Just to
Call for the
clarify, that's
question.
the
Call for the
reserve?
question. Call for the question.
That's the fund balance within the health and benefits fund, and then the general fund, and then all the other funds have their contributions. For example, Bridge will have an impact to it, solid waste, all the other departments as well.
All right, call for the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Mayor, if I may, we have public comment on the item.
Yes, we have 2 of them.
And then, I did want to make a comment as well.
We have David Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, David Gonzalez, for the record. I'm the president of the Rail Firefighters Association, and I am a captain in the fire department. I had something to say, but Jesus just
knocked everything out, so.
Still on the table.
No, honestly, thank council for bringing it up. Thank the city team, city manager's office. The major concern was, fortunately, and thank God, I'm a captain in the fire department. I've done things in my life to facilitate my lifestyle. But when we saw this, we thought of all the city employees. And so I thank council and city manager's office and everyone, taking this action, taking into consideration how it affects all city employees. And I do mean all city employees. I'm glad to see that all city employees are covered at 50%. Maybe one day 100%, right? We don't know. But when we saw this as an organization, it was really about all the city employees, and just thank you for the recommendation and on the actions to be taken, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have another citizen comments on the item.
Randall Manning.
Randall Manning.
He's good, sir.
Okay, good.
Mayor,
All right, thank you.
I'd like to say something before we.
Yes, go ahead.
So, one, I'd like to, make a motion that, we be given a utilization report on the freestanding ER usage, and that we revive the committee that we used to have that would get together and meet and talk about these health plans. I don't know if we still have a committee right now. Does it fall on one of our the mayor, I don't know if the mayor has a health committee or something, but I think we should create or revitalize one of our health committees and get a committee formed of citizens and entities and representatives from the collective, the unions and stuff, so they can get together and help come up with some creative ways to, help with this, health insurance stuff, because this is not gonna be the only year that we're dealing with this. This is gonna be an ongoing conversation about how to increase health, and then how are we gonna get that fund balance up? So I'd like to make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
All right, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. All right,
Mayor, we need one more motion, and that is to reset the plan as recommended.
Reset the plan as recommended. That's my
Second.
motion.
all right, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Are you bringing it back to us for review?
It has to be in by July 14th. So we either have to have another special meeting if you want to see it again, but the intent is to do a 3-year cycle for that.
Can you send it to us? So
We can do
review
that, and
it?
then you can determine, yes, we can do that. That'll work.
No meeting.
All right, very good. All right,
CIP presentation.
CIP, that's pending on that.
Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, Ramon Chavez, Assistant
Go ahead,
City
Mr.
Manager. Thank you for having me this afternoon. Mayor, we'll be talking this afternoon about the CIP projects. So in May, we presented our quarterly report, our second quarterly report as it relates to the projects and the capital improvement plan. So if I can direct you to this package that you have there in front of you. And if you could go to the pages in the back, there is a report titled Professional Service Contracts. And so based off that meeting in May, one of the things that we focused on is to put this information together for mayor and council. These are all the current, professional service contracts for projects that are under design, by either an engineer, architect, or anybody else as it relates to all of those. Part of the information that you will see there is some of the recent contracts that have been awarded with the original contract and any amendments there with it, along with the scopes of services and any additional scopes for each one of those. So that's information that we included on there for mayor and council as background information to consider. If you continue to turn on the pages, we also are including the construction contracts. And again, those contracts, these are the ones that are projects that have been funded, currently under construction. And if I can go back to the design, so on the design side, we have approximately 29.6 million of projects under design. Moving on to the construction ones, we have 96 million that are under construction currently throughout our city, $96 million, and 39 million in projects completed over the last 3 years. And so part of the questions from that May meeting that I was able to cap from there were change orders as well. So what we did is on the construction contracts, as you flip the pages to the back, those are some of the most projects that have been completed. And so there's a box there next to the final contract amount where it identifies any increase or decrease in change orders. So there are projects as well that sometimes, because we identify certain things, whether because they were not needed or because we find a better solution for them, where we are able to decrease those contracts. So when you total it all out between design, projects under construction, and projects that have been completed over the last 3 years, we're looking at more than 165 million in projects. So with that, we move into the capital improvement plan. And so again, this is the plan, and the budget is the city's annual appropriation for capital spending, and is legally adopted by mayor and council, and those are the projects that we're looking at. Before you is a list of unfunded projects that we have been working on. And so this is the project list that staff is considering as part of all this information. Moving forward with this year, we have several projects. I will not go through all of them, but I know there's some notable ones. We have the Boulevard of the Americas. We have a line item for general land purchases. We have the pedestrian bridge at Father Magnable. We have Fire Station 16 at Buena Vista. We have some improvements at Max Mandel, artificial turf projects, Sola Center roadway improvements, South Sector Police Station. We do have a line item also for building maintenance program. And we, in this case, as part of this presentation, we're looking at $200,000 for each mayor and council in every district. We have $1 million for downtown improvements, and also $1 million for Mines Road improvements on FM 1472. And so the project list that you see on the screen, which is also available as part of your package, that list totals almost $57 million. And these are the projects, again, that we've discussed with council in the past. There's been interest and or projects that are currently under design, and also others that have funding gaps. So I will open it up for questions, Mayor, on any of these projects.
Yes, I had a question on the Southside Police Department substation. That's still unfunded?
Yes, that's the funding gap that we have of 6.8 million.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and I know I brought this up last time, and I know maybe the fire chief would be able to give some insight on this, but, you know, mile marker 15, near Unitech Fire Station, I know it's not on there, but I mean, I feel like last year I was in the same position where I'm like, okay, I thought the funding was there, and then this year I was like assured the funding would be there for that fire station construction. And I know we talked about it a few months ago, I understand the land situation. And we were anticipating a land donation from a family that didn't come through, but why can't we have money set aside for at least acquiring the land, so that we can get a move on it? Because when, kind of update me on that and.
I can shed some light, Mr. Mayor. So Councilmember Richie Hachart of the property trust that's involved with the purchase has offered some property. And the chief and the team has met with the representative of that trust. And they've identified a location, but they're looking at a cost. So I talked to Richie myself and I said, Mr. Hachar, I thought we were talking about a donation. We need to move past that. So he and the Hachar family are open to do that through the trust, but they do want some credits for the utility side of it. So in essence, it could be a swap of value for them as a trust. They can't, because of the way the trust is written, they cannot just say, here's the land, right? And so ultimately, what they're looking for is some credits. And so they've met with the chief, they've met with the engineer's office, and so I'll let them shed any additional light, but I wanted you to know that we're getting caught up in this thing of the value, that they need to have something of value back.
That's fine. I just feel like this is an overdue need. I know we obviously had a member of our fire department suffer a heart attack this past year when the warehouse was on fire out there. Our response time out there is obviously way too long. McPherson and the Loop is the closest one. It's way too far given the congestion issues out there. And my question to you, Chief, also, I know you're going to update, but if we were able to fund the fire station construction in this budget cycle, just hypothetically, would we have the graduation of the cadets and all that, and to staff it in time? Like, if we could fund it and we could get the land, would we be able to open it on time?
And let me add to what Chief Landin mentioned. Yesterday, we did meet with the representative of the possible land acquisition. It's progressing really well in the last couple of months. I know Assistant City Manager Ramon Chavez was there too, and there were some technical things discussed there, engineering things, that if you want to chime in specifically on that. But it looks like I was very specific on our timeline, that this year we're going to be hiring two cadets, two academies, one at the end of next month and one at the end of this year. They're going to be for the retirees and one for the mile marker station in the north. So I told them that I do need the fire station to be active by the end of 2027. And we're working backwards on that. And I did say, can we possibly start construction at the end of next year? That's what I want. There's some things because of the plating and other things specifically on that, but it looks very promising that we will start the construction of it. Hopefully, we get the land by the end of next year. We do have the funds already that council allotted to us 2 years ago, the 1.5 million for design and land acquisition. The design itself, because we're using the same architect, is going to give us it's going to be $350,000.
It's essentially the same design as the Buena Vista South.
A little bit bigger, but almost the same design. So we already have that, take away that from the 1.5 million, so we do have enough funds that we believe to purchase the land, even with the credits. So it's progressing well, but I do feel that I did express that I do need the land by next year. I don't know if you can be more specific on what the specifics they mentioned of the challenges of getting the land right now.
Is this the warehouse one?
Yeah, by Unitech.
The mayor, members of the city council. The particular land that we're looking at is going through the planning process. It did already, based on the information that we received. It received preliminary approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I know they're going through a floodplain study as well. And so those are the things right now that the consultant will be working on.
This
for
would
that
be
property.
land just west of I-35, right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Yeah, which is fine,
Yes.
because east of I-35, it's too congested.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, this property is on the west side.
so you're saying if we, so basically it's okay that it's not funded this year because we need the land, and then we don't even need the fire station functioning until the end of 2027?
Yes.
So as long as the funding secured next year, in next year's capital improvement plan, it'll be on track.
So in the initial request, we did request some funds for the construction part of this year, but we also at the same time requested for the finishing of the Buena Vista station. And I know, I understand as a chief, as a director here, that the challenges are of different funds where they need to go. So I did say, if I choose, it is gonna be for the Buena Vista, because we are almost gonna send it, a couple of months, we're gonna send out to the bidding process. Given that we're the land, we haven't acquired it, how long it takes our academy to graduate the hiring process, and I have another academy at the end of the year, I said, I can wait to get the funding for the construction to the next fiscal year.
And and roughly, I know, how much is it right now to do this entire?
The entire, just the construction cost, at $700 a square foot, I will probably come back for a $12 million fire station, $12 to $13 million fire station.
So that's my point, is like, we could do some of it, we could secure some of it this year, so that we're not asking for 12 next year, if the council, could see, the responsibility there, because otherwise it's either 0 this year and 12 next year, or 6 this year and 6 next year, something like that. I'm just trying to, I want the council to hear this concern so that next year you're not freaked out when you see $12 million request for this one fire station, because for Buena Vista, we broke it up into 3 parts. We broke it up for the design, and then we did part of the construction, and now we're gonna finish the rest of the construction.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a larger number all at once next year. So I just want the rest of our council, just if y'all can remember that,
Okay.
that understanding that if we're not gonna do any of it this year,
Yeah.
then it's gonna be a big number next year.
And the $12 million, that's preliminary numbers, because we haven't sat down specifically and designed it. I'm just going off, making it, adding the additional personnel and the bays that I need. That's why we came up with about 18,000 square foot fire station, and then times the amount, that's why we're coming up with the $12 million. Could it be less? I'm very hopeful it could, but as of right now, I would say between 12 and 13.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Ramon, this is still all the unfunded projects right now. Do you have the funded projects? Do you have a timeline of all the funded projects?
So the funded projects are the ones that are currently under construction that you will see on that report that I provided. Those are all the funded ones, and so they have information there from initiation and the number of days for each project.
Mayor, can I respond to Councilmember Rental?
Yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Rental, I know it says unfunded, but I think this is the list that management is recommending that we choose to fund for this upcoming fiscal year CIP, right?
Right, correct.
Like
And
this-
so there's there's a little bit more detailed information within the package as well. I know that the information on the screen is general, but there's another one where this list right here has a little bit more detail, and it will show on there. Unless if you see a difference there, if it's the same amount as the estimated cost, that means there's no funding. But there's others that have, they may have some funding already where there's a funding now.
Hold on.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Remove all of this, pass on.
All right,
Mayor?
go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chavez, on the second page of the unfunded projects, the Zacate Creek Green District Corridor, there doesn't seem to be the recommendation for the 1.8 million. Isn't that an obligation by the city because of the grant that was applied to? That is a Outdoor Recreation Legacy Project grant with the National Park Service.
Yeah, well, there's a funding gap of 1.8 million.
The 1.8 million, I believe, is the city, contribution.
The city contribution, right. Mhm.
That we agreed to when we applied for the grant.
Okay.
I'm wondering why it's not recommended to be funded.
Okay, let me revisit that. So the grant has been awarded?
Yes,
Okay, then let me revisit that.
thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
So, we have the borrowing capacity for, for the whole 56
I'll defer
million,
to,
or?
somebody gonna cover that? Yes.
Cause I don't remember funding this many things last year. Why are we funding so many things? I mean, I thought we were supposed to be cutting down.
Good afternoon. Noena Jose.
Not you, Noel. I'm looking at.
No.
I thought we were.
You already cut me
I'm
down.
looking past you. You got in my way. I thought we were cutting down.
Well, these are considerations for council. We're presenting this as a consideration of some of these projects that are either we're working on or that council
But
has.
do we have the capacity to take on, if we did fund this, do we have the capacity to do all of these projects this year?
We do, as I understand, yes.
Where's it gonna come from? Are outside contractors or what?
Mayor, and I'll do the short Reader's Digest version really quickly and then let them cover it in greater detail. Because of our growth, we are losing 2 cents off the M&O side. So our tax rate is going down 2 cents because our growth was at the 98 million where it was going. We're suggesting moving that 2 cents over to the INS side and getting more capital done. So our tax rate won't change, but we're moving the 2 cents that we would have lost or reduced over to the INS side to get more capital done.
Well, this is the first time I'm seeing this, and I'm not prepared to agree with this today. I think I need more time to dissect
Certainly,
this.
and there's no need for anybody, there doesn't need to be a decision today on this because this will be a matter of the August budget workshops. This is all the information we've put together based upon where we're trying to take everything.
I would like to hear from Mr. Hinojosa, Mayor, if we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Noe?
Oh, we have to do it before July? I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Well, we have a council meeting, Mr. Neb.
Yes.
We could talk about it at the next council meeting.
Yes, so we've got the next council meeting then, the 21st of July?
So today is July 1. You don't have to make any decisions until July 21st.
There we go.
You
All
guys
right.
are so
Thank you.
eager. Great. Noena Hossa with the Strina Hossa for the record. And basically, I think you all have a little book out there. And I'll take you through memory lane a little bit. Basically, on page 2 of the little book that I gave you, on the very far left, you're gonna find a 4-year history of tax values and the tax levy. So Mr. Esparza just visited earlier about your budget and how it's at $289 million. That budget has nothing to do with the debt budget. So think about the general fund being your right pocket and the debt fund being your left pocket. So all I'm talking about is the debt fund side of it. But anything that I do in the debt fund, if not done well by the right pocket, by the general fund, will impact my ratings. You've heard of those ratings before, right? So today, your values for 25 were $33.8 billion. So each penny levies about $2.3 million for the city, 1 penny. So you levy, 50 cents? So you multiply the 50 cents times the 2.5 million, gets you close to 100 million, thereabouts, more than that. And then you have other sources of funds, like bridge, like sales tax, so on and so forth. Out of the 50 cents, the city has been levying 11 cents over the last 2 years to pay debt service. But 3 years ago, you used to levy 14 cents for INS. So when people ask me, time and time again, like last year, you had asked me, what capacity do we have? And I think I said something like 30, and we ended up borrowing 40.
Right.
This year, if we were to leave the tax rate at the level that is in 25, for the proposed 26, at the 11 cents, you will probably get another $40 million. That's it, without raising the tax rate. So 11 cents remains the same for 26, you levy enough to generate 40 million. Well, apparently the needs are greater. The city, I mean, heck, the city's projecting property values to go to $27.8 billion. Now, we won't know the final until July 25th, as you've been told. So you're going through a process of protestations and so on and so forth. But as you grow, the needs continue. Nothing stops. I know we had a bond referendum that wasn't viewed favorably out there. You notice the city hasn't stopped. And literally, in our side of the business, in the fixed income side, when we buy municipal bonds at prices from one day to the next, April 2nd, Liberation Day, when those tariffs were announced, and everybody went into craziness, well, our markets got hit. I mean, I'm fortunate that I didn't have a lot of bonds in stock, but the value on the bonds just literally got obliterated. And a lot of people lost money if you were in municipal bonds or U.S. Treasuries for that matter. Having said all that, since then, we've had a lot of volatility, but finally there's some stability. In fact, just about an hour, 2 hours ago, the United States Senate approved the beautiful bill. So the stock market is rallying, and treasuries are kind of rallying also, interest rates dropping some. So going back to how this applies to you, why is it that you can do now I think the $60 million CIP, and then there's some equipment notes being proposed? Well, one is, if in the booklet that you have, to keep it very macro, go to page 3, the following page after the page that I just mentioned. You're going to find this graph. And in that graph, you see two lines, the red line and a yellow line. The red line basically is your tax levy off of the 11 cents of the 50-cent tax rate that you levy for debt service to pay your various mortgages. We have, I don't know, 20, 25 mortgages out there, and the 11 cents is enough. Yes. I'm sorry, your color is a little, the printer didn't go through very well, but in any event, there's a little red line there at the $25 million number. And we keep it the same, assuming that you would always collect $25 million if you were to not raise taxes on that INS side. But we were told that because of the fact that property values are growing and the taxpayer only sees the total tax rate, he doesn't see, or she doesn't see the breakdown of M&O and INS. So you're basically playing with whatever hand is being dealt to you. And the hand that is being dealt to you, based on what we've heard, is that you have all these needs, and how do we fund them? Well, if you are able to shift, as Mr. Neff just said earlier, from the M&O side to the INS side, 2 cents, we're able to fund what is being presented to you. We're cognizant of the fact that not only you have long-term project needs, but also short-term, like equipment. So a lot of that equipment will be structured right at par with its life expectancy. So we've been given a list of the equipment, and we've been given a list of all the various projects that you need. And literally, it's like making tamales, or you put all the masa, all the ingredients, and you dish it all out, and it ends up at 2 cents over the 11 cents, which coupled with what you're projecting on the M&O side will be within the 50 cents tax rate, total tax rate. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hinojosa.
Yes,
I have a
sir.
question. So basically, our tax rate has been about 50 cents per $100 property value, like been going down, like 7 years ago, it was 64 cents. And it was 64 cents per $100 value for like the previous 20 years.
Yeah, I thought it was 67 cents a
Or
month.
even higher.
Yeah.
And
For-
so
for
we've
many.
since 2019, we've gradually lowered that due to the state legislature changing its laws.
And property values going up.
And, yeah, and the property value's going up. So we've now made it down to 50 cents of every $100 value. Broken up into 11 cents of INS and then 39 cents of M&O. Even though you said before it was 14 cents for INS. So you're saying to go up to like 13 cents on INS?
Yes.
And then down to
7.
37 cents on the M&O side?
Mm-hmm.
So are you gonna recommend a tax rate decrease overall, or is it gonna stay the same?
No, I'm not recommending anything, but because the numbers don't lie. Your tax rate, based the way it's been presented by Mr. Nevin and his staff, is gonna go down by a fraction, 3/4 of a penny, I think.
So we have to keep going.
Even if you do this, if you do nothing, if you say, no, we don't wanna give you the 13 cents, keep it at 11 cents, then you drop it another 2 pennies.
The rate's gonna go down regardless by state law, we have to.
On the M&O side, for example, when I said to you that we had 14.5 cents back in 2022, your M&O side was almost 47 cents. So property values have been moving on up. Despite the property values going up, your real tax levy, which is basically what you're collecting in tax collections, in 22 were $99 million. Today are up at $119 million. So what's helping the general fund? Bridge and sales tax. So very few cities in the state of Texas have that bridge. So you have to protect that bridge. I mean, I think, I don't know what the numbers are like now, but back when, about 3 or 4 years ago before COVID, I think you were collecting like $70 million in total gross revenues, and 50 was going straight to the general fund. I suspect that today's dollars going into general fund are much greater than 35 million. I think you gave the number out there, this was 44 million. So the challenge is gonna be when you do the expansion of Columbia and World Trade Bridge, when we do those financings for those expansions, I'm gonna be looking for sources of funds that will give us friendly loan conditions, such as deferring principal payments, lower interest rates by getting the feds involved or the state. Here, when you're doing this geo financings, there's nobody out there. There's no state agency that can help you with. There's no federal agency. You have to deal with what you got. So the hand that has been dealt to us is, we have all these needs, how can we fund them? To top it off, I'm mindful of the fact that you just had a bond referendum. So anything that you bring into today or in the next 20 days, if you so choose to proceed with this, none of this was ever contemplated in the bond referendum.
And the 2 cents of INS, that,
Yes.
that caps out at that's where you get the 56 million number, or it's a little higher?
So basically, when you look at your overall payments, if you go over to page, what I call the ugly sheet, is page 7. This is a spreadsheet that goes nothing but numbers. We try to make it very easy to read, but I know how intimidating it can be. But look at it this way, you have a lot of loans, let's say 25 loans. Altogether, the annual payments in 25 were about $45 million even. The $45 million got paid back by the 11 cents at $25 million of sales values. So that 45 million is paid in part by property taxes and also by this enterprises that I've called in the past children, finance projects for children, and then the children pay us back through their business enterprise. So they pay us back about $19 million out of the 45. So net to us is $25 million, which is the 11 cents. So if you go over to the third column from right to left, you're gonna see a number that says $25,984,000. That $25,984,000 in 2025 that is paid by the 11 cents. So when you tell me, what are the 2 cents bringing to us? Well, it's a combination of things. We're making assumptions on property values growth, assumptions on interest rates on the potential loans, and basically that the enterprises will continue to perform the way they've been designed to perform. And that's how we get to a net number next year. Instead of making a payment of $25,984,000, you're gonna pay $35,665. And they say, well, wait a minute, why is it that 2 pennies are only generating $5 million, and yet you're increasing my payments by another 5? Well, because we have a natural progression on defeasing debt rapidly, that your payments are literally like I've described them before. If you've ever been to, back in the old days when my kids were growing up, Wet n Wild, I don't know what they're called now, but it's a water park, and your debt is like a water slide. So property values go up, your debt is going down, your 2 cents collects 5 pennies. We're just filling up by each year that bar so that you can administer your projects a little better. Could you have that capacity next year if you go to 13 cents of another 50 or 60? We don't know. A lot of factors come into play too, where if interest rates, like interest rates today are pretty reasonable. We don't know what rates are gonna be there, whether they're gonna be here next year or not. Based on what I heard this morning, I think rates are gonna considerably go down. So along with this financing, if you proceed with this financing, we're looking at your existing debt portfolio and trying to do refinancings for savings. So just really quick, off the top of our heads, we did a little mind deal, and we think we can save another $1.5 million in savings just by getting rates lower to today's rates versus what you're paying currently. So we're doing a lot of things as we're talking to you about, on your debt portfolio. But we're very convinced that if you do this, if you give us the 2 pennies, it's like you're giving us air because you've been cutting us back.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Noe. I have a
Yes,
question.
Yes, ma'am.
You brought up the bridge expansion a little while ago. Does the reserve balance in our bridge enterprise fund, do we bond out using that fund for stuff like that? Or do we bond out from this
Well,
same pool of money or bonding capacity for that?
Good question.
project?
If there's anything that concerns me, being your advocate with the rating agencies in New York, is the fact that your savings accounts are pretty dismal in relation to how big you have gotten. When I suggested 15% of the enterprise fund at the bridge, I mean, I think we had revenues maybe of 40 million. Today, you're like maybe 80, hovering on 80 million. And you need to be at probably 20% or 25% of not only your operations of the bridge, and I'm looking at Mario because he used to be there, but also the transfer. So if you're transferring $40 million to your general fund, you're spending about 17 or 18 million in your bridge fund. Together, that's 57 million. So 20% of that should be about 11 million for. Today, we only have, I think, 15% of your operating expenses of the bridge. And one of the concerns that the rating agencies have is that you have now demonstrated over the last 30, 40 years that you've been able to rely on that bridge very nicely. If you get into trouble, somehow that bridge always is there for us. But one of these days, they may not. And therefore, the savings accounts are there for that rainy day. That's what we call it, the rainy day. When we talked about general fund, one of the things that we stressed to staff this year, when I compare you to the next 24 other cities in Texas, the 24 other largest cities in Texas, Laredo has, as a percent of its general fund expenses or revenues, you are like number 23 in terms of having the least savings account in general fund. So if you want to be, I wouldn't say Dallas where I live because Dallas is a client also, and they're pretty, in fact, it's Dallas and Plano that have, as a percent of their fund expenses, they have the lowest, as a percent, they have the lowest fund balance along with you. So all the other 22 cities above you, like you can talk about Amarillo, McAllen, Fort Worth, San Antonio, they're all hovering in the 30% levels. So when you want to keep that rating of a AA, they look at all these indices, and one of them is your savings account, the rainy day fund. So when you say, can I use that? Yeah, you can use it. We talked earlier about your health insurance, your self-insurance health program. You draw down from that fund balance. Now, how do you replenish it? How do you restore that? It takes years to get there. You know, my daddy used to say to me back in the day, anybody can make money, son, but not anybody can save money, right? And so you have to be mindful, and we've been mindful. I mean, I think a lot of it is willingness, your willingness to put more revenue in and be willing to cut expenses so you can build your reserves. Same thing is here. It's no different.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I appreciate that, Noah, just that some of those cities, they do have their metropolitan areas, and so they benefit from other things that we don't benefit from, and so we've been trying, but my question wasn't to use the reserves, my question was to use that account to bond out from that account versus bonding out from this account. Do we do that, or we bond out for bridge expansions from this account?
No, the bridge fund, it's all by itself. So it's like our kid, and they have their own credit rating. We don't have to co-sign for them.
So we don't have to account for bridge expansion within this capacity here.
That's correct.
And you're telling me that you're comfortable with us bonding 40 million this year, even though we just saw 60 million of CIP, or am I incorrect?
You're not necessarily incorrect. You just misunderstood. You can actually finance 60 of CIP, which is what they present to you. And then there's a list of about another $25 million for equipment.
Is that the maximum? What's the maximum we can bond out this year with, based on, like,
Is
your?
this an official meeting? So everything I say is going to be used against me, Counselor?
It's always official.
We have a saying in our business, if I tell you I have to, anyway, I'll stop right there. But, I think maximum, you talked a little bit about your local share. I mean, right now, we're using $60 million. I think Ramon just gave you a number of about 56 million.
Okay.
So there's about $4 million that we already projected. If you want to do a little bit more, another 4 or 5, I'm sure we can get there.
Well, because we have like police equipment that we need, we have some other
We have
equipment
that.
needs,
That's
but
already-
that's not in here, right?
It is.
It is, it's in here?
Yes, in fact,
We're doing the equipment out of a PPFC, so essentially, we're gonna do 60 million for the bond, 25 million in the PPFC. That equates to 85 million of what we're spending. So we moved the equipment out of the bonding and placed it into a different type of system.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that we
Yes.
get some of the essential things that we were trying to get before we start talking about, creek improvements and stuff.
that's right.
Okay.
And again, we have almost 3 weeks, Mayor, between now and the 21st, for you all to determine whether you want to do this or not. And you can reach me anywhere, anytime, and we'll just take it from there.
Can I just ask about?
Yes, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I was online listening, I was at a doctor's appointment listening to it at the same time. But I was, can you let me know, I know in the past, and this is not to belittle or to criticize or anything, past administrations that were here, or past council people that were here. If it was, obviously, and you and I had this conversation, the idea is to save. And so you can be in a better position to borrow in case you need to bond out. Part of this game plan that you have right now, are you advocating or are you putting us in a situation where we say, you can do this right now, but you really have to force yourself to put this X amount of money aside every year? Because your rating is, in my mind, I mean, if I get this picture overall over the last 15, 20 years that I've been doing this, that the rating is everything. And if we cannot control that particular rating system that we have, we shouldn't be tapping into anything. In other words, the discipline has to be there. We're gonna borrow for CIP and everything that we're gonna do. We need to have an action plan as to how much we're gonna save and where that savings plan is gonna come from. Am I getting this correctly? Is this where we're headed? I mean, I think if we're gonna be strong enough to, it's just like that saying you just said right now. It's not very hard to spend money. It's harder to save. So the hard question is, where do we save at the same time that we're spending this? You know, and how do we do this? Because that's what's gonna give us the structural support over the next 10, 20 years. If we just bond out and leverage, we can leverage ourselves out to death.
Yeah.
So, and
Well,
my
yeah.
idea is that we gotta
Yes.
tap into something.
I guess if anything, Mr. Garza, get some peace of mind that you are a political subdivision. You tend to move a lot slower. Think about an iceberg, whereas you and I can probably go a little faster than an iceberg. And the more you wait, and I'm not advocating for you to hurry up and do this, but we have big clients like TxDOT that measures the inflation construction risk or rate. And the longer you wait, the more expensive it gets.
Of course.
We talked about the Liberation Day and the tariffs. You're in a very tough position. The only thing I can share with you is that you've been prudent for 20, 30 years. We continue to manage the city's budget within the tax rate that you've been provided. In fact, you mentioned earlier, from 64, 67.5 cents to 50 cents. There's a lot to be proud of. One of the things that you can also be seen, and one of my concerns too, because City of Dallas, we went through that 20 years ago, is that the rating agencies brought the city from a AAA rating to a AA rating because bond referendums were not approved. So if you're not willing to invest in your city, why should I invest in your city? If you're not willing to make an investment, why should you be asking? And so, I mean, we get caught from every angle. I don't envy any of you being in the positions that you are in. At the end of the day, you know, we're holding Mr. Nev and his staff responsible for making sure that he works within his budget, I guess. And I don't know what else to tell you, but
No,
you know,
well, I'm kind of headed in the direction that, I don't know, there's a protocol or a system already in place that forces us to save X per year. Well, but if the 15% is not, what I'm saying is that enough?
no, that's not enough. The policy-
I think in my mind it's too conservative. That's what I'm getting at. I think it's too conservative. I think
we need to double that.
I mean, if it's in terms like me, if I have money in my pocket, it's gonna be gone. You know, so, you know, it's pretty much, if it's in my pocket,
think
it's
you
gone.
have
If
your
it's in the
wife,
bank,
she
it's not
keeps
gonna
you-
go anywhere, right? Yeah, so I think that's the mentality that a lot of government agencies or institutions or anything like that is that if they can see it, they'll spend it. And in my mind, if 15% is not enough, we need to get to a point where we discuss what is that golden number, or over the next 3 or 4 years, increase it by 2% every year down
I
the
can tell you the golden number is closer to 30% nowadays.
So,
So you have to double it. Now, how do you get there?
yeah, over the next 20 years, then did you?
To add another 15% to the 15 you got, you divide those 5 years by 15, and that's 3% every year. You need to be put it on the side, and then when you get there, don't touch it. And you may not be willing to touch it, but then we're living in a democratic system. Somebody shows up, a new Rick shows up. I'm sorry, Mr. Garza shows up, and then he said, "No, let's dip into it." And you know, so. But.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hinojosa, so in the past, you've said that actually as a city, you have, your main concerns with our city is that, yes, our reserve balance is not high enough, like you just said, we want it to be higher. But you've also said that we actually have an extremely low overall general fund outstanding obligation of debt, considering our assets.
Have
so
a good memory.
If you can kind of reiterate why that is, and then I have just the follow-up question is, why haven't we been using some of these creative tools that we're using this year over the last, however many years? Because I know this will be most of our third budget cycle, where we're saying, okay, it's only 30 million this year, it's only 40 million this year, and now we're making the adjustments to the INS. We are using PPFCOs instead of COs. So I guess I don't want to waste time thinking backwards too much. I'm just kind of wondering why, we haven't used these tools up until this point.
We've used these tools in the past.
Okay, just not.
I think fundamentally speaking, think of two things: your willingness and your ability to.
Okay.
So, if you were the man that I had to just talk to and tell you, here's what we can do this, and it's up to you and me to decide, and that's so much easier than having to go and speak to 9 of you and then get the consent. Coupled with the fact that we have city administrators that think differently. We've been fortunate to have Mr. Nev here for quite a number of, what's it been now, over a year now?
2 years.
Time flies when you're having fun.
So I'm not, I'm just telling you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I appreciate it.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, And I'd like to call the police department, Mr. Chief Gonzalez, because we kind of touched on the South Police Station Annex, and we needed a little bit more information.
Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of council, good afternoon. Ricardo Gonzalez, Assistant Chief, Florida Police Department, for the record. Yes, sir. In reference to the South Sector Station, yes, we're asking for additional money to continue the build-out of that building. Initially, the initial investment is just for deployment services, but it's not a fully operational building. We're relying on the bond referendum to be able to expand those services. Unfortunately, didn't go through, so we're asking a little bit additional funding to be able to have a fully functional operations, which means we're going to have a booking services. Part of that buildup is going to include the what's commonly known as a sally port, which is a secure area where vehicles can drive in. They're able to escort prisoners into this area where there's cells and so forth. So the buildup, it's not your typical construction because it has some security components, but that's what the funding is going to be for.
All right. And up to now, how much extra is needed to finish that?
5.7 million, sir.
5.7.
Yes.
All right. And any ideas for where that will come from, or?
And that's what's been the discussion and working with management and of course our budget team and finances that's where the CIP funding is part of what Mr. Chavez presented. That's where that funding needs to be allocated from. Okay, Mayor,
Yes,
I can address some of your questions.
All right.
So as part of the budget preparation process, staff sat with the departments and we collected their requests in forms of equipment and brick and mortar stuff. And that's why before you in the documentation that Ramon presented, Assistant City Manager Chavez, there's 2 funding mechanisms, the PPFCO and the CO. On the PPFCO side, the police department was authorized, let me take that back. Police was authorized $17 million in combination of PPFCO and CO funding. So their equipment needs were prioritized by the chiefs in the office when they met with us. And so ultimately, when I talked to the chiefs, we looked at them getting $15 million to address their brick and mortar needs and their equipment needs. And the chief came in with $21 million as a request. Ultimately, we ended up at 17 million for police, okay, as part of this. And on the fire side, they're at 13 million. So there's a combination of 30 million set aside in this proposal to you all that covers both public safety entities or departments, right, with a combination of equipment on their list in priority order and brick and mortar. And so both chiefs were given the opportunity to come forward. And so I know that the chiefs are here. And so my question to you all, because you're at the podium and the mayor brought you up, was, is this part of your 17 million that you proposed? Because if it's already in there, the chiefs are shaking their head. Your question, Mayor, is answered that it's funded within their 17 million.
Yes, Mayor, this additional funding that's been requested for South Sector Station is part of that 17 million that's been budgeted for our department.
So it's covered.
It's covered, because the question initially was it unfunded, and the answer was it was unfunded. At the beginning, they said that. When we asked.
Actually, they have 17 million to use in a combination of equipment and brick and mortar. And the chiefs are confirming here in this meeting with us here today that the brick and mortar need for that station has been met within the 17 million.
All right.
That is correct, Mayor.
Of course, at the very end, you all, as a council, have to approve our recommendation of the total of 30 million between both police and fire departments.
Yeah. Just like fire and police are important for our city because of their growth and the importance of our city. I think we need to have those two entities as core functions. We need to focus on that rather than other non-core functions. But if it is funded through that mechanism, that's good.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Lundin, I apologize because I wasn't here early on. Can you explain what PPFCO stands
Okay.
for?
PPFCO is a funding mechanism it's a financing mechanism for shorter term loans. Go ahead.
Okay, Chief. Personal property finance contractual obligation.
That's what it is.
Wait. Hold it, I can't write that fast.
Personal property financing.
Professional?
Contractual obligation. Now, I'll tell you, when I was fire chief, I was lucky to get 2 million back in the day, back then, for equipment, and we would hit the PPFCOs. So when I sat with the fire chief recently, and he says, at 13 million, that's a blessing, huge, and PD's got 17, so I think we're on the right track to help both departments out.
All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Are we clear again? Steve, what was the definition again?
PPF.
Financing contractual.
Can I buy a vowel with that?
It's not like a game show.
All right. Mayor, City Council, we're coming down to the wire now. Just got a few other pieces to cover. We've covered all the big stuff, but what I'm asking for from this point forward is we've been preparing some financial resolutions in order to make the system work easier through the budget. And going back to some of the questions, you'll recognize some of the conversations you've already had, but I wanted to lay this out there because if we can establish some of these by resolution, it helps building the budget easier. And so I wanted to walk through them. I have 7 of them. The first one I wanted to talk about was the district CIP fund, since we're just getting out of the CIP information. I'm sorry? Oh, yes. I listened to you. All right. No. So we've been listening to everybody, and of course, we always want to make sure that there is some funding and build into our bonding for the neighborhoods, for the district level. And so what we've tried to do is establish that process. So we're doing the district CIP fund. These are the funds that you utilize, the priority funds. It went through a lot of different names, discretionary funds. Yeah. But what we wanted to do is establish through a resolution as to why and how we actually utilize these, very similar to some of the other dollars that we put in there. But the district CIP fund, of course, it's for the high impact infrastructure improvements in each district. And by establishing this resolution, it'll promote the transparency and the equitable distribution of bond funds. So what we're recommending within this structure is that when we go out and bond, when we're gonna go out and borrow money, that we would establish within those bonds, these COs and everything that we're doing, 3% of that will be established for the district CIP. That amount will be equally divided up between the districts and the mayor, and then the annual CIP allocation aligns with the bond issuance and the district priorities. So we've always struggled with how much do we have for that. And one of the things that was asked out of one of the first pre-budget workshops was we don't know if that was enough to cover the needs within the district for that. So we have, we did go out and look at some of the best practices and everything, and looking at San Antonio, looking at Corpus, Austin, and we looked at these, and we found that if we go with 3% of whatever we go out and bond with, that'll generate for this year, it'll generate $200,000 for each district. And that would be the amount that we would dedicate for the district priority type funds within the CIP. Everybody would have the 200,000. If we go and borrow less, then that'll make less for everybody. If we go and borrow more, that'll make more for everybody. That's why we're trying to establish it by a percentage basis, and we build it in there. What we're trying to do from that point is establish what are the eligible projects for those district CIP funds, because the conversation we had in one of the pre-budget workshops is that, well, I don't know if these funds should be dedicated to this issue, or why do I have a director coming and asking for money for something that I believe the city should be covering within its own funds as well too. So we're trying to establish exactly where that eligible projects are, but not locking it down where these are the only uses that you have. There's always the ability for the council to make that determination, but in my mind, if you do not have district CIP funds, you will not have any money. If you go through a priority list, there will never be any money going into the neighborhoods, because the higher priorities are the more expensive areas. Just like if you look at the major arterials all the way down to the neighborhood streets, we'll never have any funds for those areas. So the idea is to put a number out there and kind of put it in place for that. But the eligible projects, of course, include sidewalk and street improvements, drainage enhancements, park and recreation upgrades, ADA accessibility, lighting, traffic calming, public safety infrastructure.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Sorry, Mr. Knapp, I just wanted to be clear about the sidewalk and street improvements. Technically, any new money that we go out for bond for cannot be used for street paving. Perhaps you meant, other types of like street improvements, but no new money will be able to be used for street improvements, at least from a paving perspective, because that was, unfortunately, it was kind of, I guess, vague enough on the bond that we can't, the bond referendum that failed, so we can't use it on that, which is why in this case, in this particular year, the way I would say we need to help Mr. Orfilo in Public Works continue paving streets, unless there's a magical plan about to come out from behind the curtain somewhere.
There is.
It's magical.
And it is magical. For the purposes of the paving and the budget, Mr. Mayor, we're proposing using CIF funding for paving. Because it's a transfer from the bridge fund into the CIF. That is how we're gonna get around and continue paving in this budget.
Are we talking 5 million or?
We're looking at, what did we, I think it was
it was right around the 5 million mark. Plus or
Okay,
minus a
well,
little bit.
just waiting for, the clown hat, waiting for the whole show, that's great news, saving the best for last, I see. Okay, but nonetheless, some of us use district priority funds for
Yes.
street paving, so the higher the number that we go with, as far as district priority funds, let's say someone has 300,000 or 400,000 in their balance right now for district priority funds, they can use that old money
Yes.
of their district priority funds for extra street paving.
Yes, sir.
In addition to what's talking here, and then transfer whatever they, like, for example, I can use an example. Shiloh Hike and Bike Trails, I've committed 500,000 for that with my old CIP money, but that project's not gonna go under construction until after October 1st. So I could move let's say we proposed 500,000 instead of 200,000. We could move that over to cover that, and then that money could be all towards street paving and then the new money, so my point is, the fact that the bond referendum failed and streets was on there, I just wanted to make sure we have a plan for that. But it sounds like there is a plan for at least continuing the baseline, but a lot of us use additional district priority funds for even more street paving, which is still not enough, but it's, you know, hits some of the neighborhoods that otherwise don't get paved, because the focus is on the main arteries. You have people in their neighborhood saying, my home, the street in front of my home hasn't been paved in 20 or 30 years, so. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify the street
Yes, sir.
paving.
Yes, sir, and council member and mayor, the reason that I have it in here even for this is to establish the resolution. You know, yeah, we have these situations where we can't spend if we fail a bond referendum, but for certain things. But I wanted to make sure that when we build the resolution, it encompasses everything, so we don't go amend the resolution. One of the things that we're recommending in the resolution that we'll bring forward to you is that no single project should exceed 50% of the district's total CIP allocation. What we're stating there is that we want to make sure, just like the third-party funding conversation today, we want to spread that money out over all of your neighborhoods if at all possible. So keep them smaller projects. If the project's going to get too large, it should be a city project anyway in the first place. So we did provide the exception in here that if you wanted to take your entire CIP funding and spend it on one thing, then it would take council action to get to that point. But we would like to see multiple projects and broader neighborhood impact because
Yes.
Just to
everybody out there has needs.
Question.
clarify that, you mean you could not use, you couldn't do it without council action?
So we have $200,000 for each one of the districts is what we're recommending in this year's budget. And so rather than, we would rather have you not spend $200,000 on just one activity. The idea is to spread it out through all of the neighborhoods. But if you find that you have to do that, then we just bring it to the council, and then there would be that check and balance system within there.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Neb, I would actually argue the other side of the coin on that one.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you look at eligible projects, I would argue that those are things that the city should be doing for the district, and then the CIP on our end should be for bigger projects that maybe need to be saved for or, you know, prioritized. I can name, for example, the shade structure at McNable, right? That thing costs like $800,000. It was a shade structure over the basketball court and restrooms that the district had been needing for a while, but on the years that we only got $200,000 or $250,000, I had to save those years' monies to be able to, or we got a one-time enough to cover it or something like that. There are projects in our district that it's one project that costs a lot of money. So, and I would argue that we should be allowed to save up for something like that, and some of these projects that are on here should be taken care of.
Yeah.
By the city, unless it's an extenuating
Well,
circumstance.
and again, you guys help,
Right.
you guys help set how we're gonna do that, so I appreciate what you're saying. Keep in mind with this, what? What's that?
Can you tell us what you're saying?
Yeah, so bear in mind that we have 3 years to spend that money, right? So you can't be saving there for 5, 6, 7 years.
Okay, yeah. And so the idea, one of the things that I was asking to put in the resolution was spend the money within a 2-year window, rather than let it sit out there and save it up over a time, because the funds are meant to be spent, and we can adjust the resolution to say 3 years, because after we have 3 years to spend it, otherwise we run into that. But we have money out there being carried,
Mayor, if I
so.
may?
Yes, go ahead.
I actually disagree with that, again, Mr. Neb, only because, you know, we get elected for 4-year terms, and when we come in, you know, we have to kind of go with whatever the council this year, it's a $200,000 proposal. That's not enough really to do some of these projects that have been longstanding in your district. That's part of the reason why we get elected, is to come and take care of some of the things that the community wants that isn't being done, and they want us to go and make it happen, right? So I would argue that we would be able to save our monies for up to 3 years.
Sure.
and then allocate a project for it. And if it's an issue with the funding needs to be spent, then that money can be moved out of that account and replenished with that current year's CIPs or something like that. There's ways to do it to where it doesn't have to be use it or lose it on our end. I think it should be a little more
Thank you,
flexible.
Councilmember. And just know that what I intend to do, and this is the, call it the draft resolution, if nothing else. I want to get it on your table for one of the upcoming council meetings, either the next one or the one after that, and we can amend it and correct it to whatever you want. It'll be in your hands earlier than that in order to get there. This is the starting point for that, so I'm all good. I appreciate all the ideas with that.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
I have a comment that kind of aligns with what Councilmember Perez is saying. I actually appreciate this because it seems as if you're setting up a process. So part of the reason that that in my case, I have not been able to spend funds is because there are all these projects out there and they sort of exist with different departments, and I don't see how they move forward without a kind of a personal involvement. There doesn't seem to be a project manager or some system that, and I don't mean to blame any of the departments, it's just that because they're very specific to certain areas and you have departments that look over the entire city, they get lost. That's what I believe. So, extending a median on one street in one neighborhood, I have to keep reminding, right? And I know that they have to be planned at a certain department that's not the department that's overlooking the actual project. And has that project gone out for bid and all of that? It's different departments, and yet I can't control where that project is lying. And so then those funds remain unspent.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
And we're hoping that all of this structure will help correct those issues that we're having, because right now we don't have a structure, so we do what feels right. And sometimes it misses some of these pieces. And so that was the intent of this thing. The main thing is that because we don't really have a policy or a resolution as to how much of the bond money should go toward each district. And so that was the premise of that. And then we kind of built this out saying this is how we would utilize those funds and utilizing some of the best practices out there. So this is on the project submission and approval process. That is that wasn't the last slide, but.
If I can add on the 3-year to Mayor Pro Tem.
It was the last.
One of the reasons we want to spend, what we need to spend on year 3 is the rating agencies look at our spending habits, also the government, and we don't want to be taxed, put ourselves in a position where now we're going to be taxed on the money that we borrow. So we absolutely have to be a little bit more disciplined on, when we spend that money.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it taxed or is it just,
No, they'll start taxing us.
but there's a way for us to have, for example, a 2020 bond. If we're ready to spend that bond in 2024, there's a way to spend that bond in 2023 in a different way and then replenish it with a bond in 2023.
Correct.
So it just takes a little bit of moving stuff around. It doesn't mean that that we're gonna be putting the city at a disadvantage. It just means that, I don't see why we should not be able to save up for a big project because the monies have to be spent by 3 years. The city can use those monies for something, because at the end of the day, this is not money in our bank account.
Correct.
This is money in a set-aside account utilized for city projects. So use that money for city projects, but replenish it in the following year.
And certainly those could be administrative
Right.
policies that we can implement. But I just want to keep that in mind as to why.
Well, that's why I don't want to agree to a policy that puts the burden on us to use it or lose it versus you guys figuring out a way to make it work out.
And I think what we can do is we can introduce that into this resolution to say this is that method that walks through there. The idea is about the transparency to the public so that they understand how we're going to function. And so as long as we can put it down and we can actually describe it or explain it, then it works really well for that.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
And Mr. Knapp, just for transparency purposes, they can go to any of our pages on the city website and they can
Correct.
see our CIP funding
Right.
projects at any time that they want. So the transparency is there.
Yeah, and it's just making sure that everybody's aware of how we're doing that. So, the transparency reporting is there. These are just some of the examples, and you mentioned shade structures earlier. That would be an example of a project there: speed cushions, drainage grates, ADA ramps. And then, of course, the benefits of having some funds set aside for the districts are, just like I explained, we won't have money for the neighborhoods except in rare occasions, or if you are able to debate with your counterparts up there in order to say, I need to spend it in this way. And so the idea is to set this money aside for just those districts. The mayor gets the luxury of doing the entire city. So, but what we'll do is we'll bring forward a resolution to that point, and go from there. This next resolution that I want to bring forward is on essentially creating the resolution on the travel, the promotion, and what we're calling right now the district support funds. And you've all heard me talk about there is no such thing as a waiver. If there's a cost to the city, it's just who pays for that cost. And I've been working on trying to find a way of how to resolve that issue, because I want everything to be built into the budget. And hopefully that you see that as the conversation today as well too, and every conversation. We're trying to identify everything that we are spending in the budget. It's going to go on some line item to where it goes. So this is what I'm calling the council district support funds, but it also includes promotion funds. It also includes travel, as well as this. But I felt that if we can identify it, if we can tie it down to where it's at, then we can make it all function a little bit easier. We don't have to do these one-off waivers within the council. We'll have a system built for this. But the purpose of the CDSF is, of course, to provide community support. It covers the official travel and then the promotion and the outreach. Within that, why do we want to do that? We do have a historic reliance on ad hoc waivers and informal spending. We take money from the departments in order to cover some of these costs, in order to keep the budget balanced and everything. We do have a lack of consistency and transparency in tracking, and that's why I want to put this underneath a resolution. So this will create annual structured allocations for each district and the mayor. It'll provide the clear categories of community support, travel, and promotion. There will be a formal request and a reporting process and fiscal discipline aligned with the best practices. So the annual allocation structure, this is what we want to build into the budget this year, is that each district and the mayor, you'll have within your budget the $25,000 for community support. So that'll give you the ability to support any of the nonprofits out there, and one for the little things. It'll help eliminate those waivers. The 12.5 is what our current travel is at. The 12.5 for promotion and engagement is there as well too. The eligible uses for the community support are, of course, nonprofit-led events and public programs, the civic and educational workshops, the neighborhood beautification or cleanups, the public service and safety outreach. The eligible uses for travel, you're all aware of that: city-related conferences and training, legislative advocacy travel, and of course, you always have to follow those official city travel policies. For promotion and engagement, marketing and outreach for district events, newsletters, constituent updates, event sponsorships, supporting public engagement. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to establish the method of how you can support within your district, and trying to get away from some of these things that always feel like the one-offs and all of that by developing out this structure. So along with the district bond funding, then we have this fund here that covers these three different items as well too.
Mayor, if I have a question.
Yes,
Yep.
go ahead.
Does this money go to pay staff costs and department costs? Or is this money that we use to buy the things that we need to do these things?
For the new money, part of it was to eliminate the waivers, because the waivers cost the city money, whether it be through the districts or anything. We have 2 or 3 different processes where we go in there. Everybody has the ability right now to waive $2,500 annually, I think is how it's written right now. But we don't follow it completely, and so it's never been actually operated the way it is. But then we come in and then we may waive something other than that outside of those waivers, and so we have this really interesting structure that is very hard to do that. So the idea about those funds are to help with those costs, and it may be staff costs, it may be just the cost of the building or whatever that is. It's to help out that, because there is no such thing as a waiver. The waiver just means that the nonprofit is not paying for it, the city is paying for it. But the problem is that we've been taking that money out of a department, and we always use the analogy that like in Parks and Recreation, we just don't go cut grass that day. We work over here on this special event. That's a very basic analogy for that, but the whole idea was that it still costs the city. So we still have to get the grass cut, but we're trying to take care of this event. So those funds are for that purpose as well too.
Mayor, if I can?
Yeah.
If I'm gonna hold a town hall at the Fasken Rec for 2 hours, and I need recording equipment, audiovisual equipment, staff needs to be there to listen to the community, I wanna order some food for the people that come and some drinks, some waters or whatever, am I paying for the directors to be there? Am I paying for the Fasken facility? Am I paying for the city fees that you would charge someone else?
Yeah.
Or is that just so that I can buy the drinks and buy the food or the flyers or whatever I need to get people to be there, or what?
So if it is a district-driven event, just like you're saying, if it is your event, that is still ours. It's all of ours, the city.
Okay.
What these funds are for is for that nonprofit that wants to come in and do something within your area. It doesn't have to be in your district. I mean, you guys help each other out for different things, and so this is a nonprofit event is not a city event. It's an outside event, even though it may have a benefit to the district or something else. It is not a city-related event. So in my mind, no, there would be certain costs there. If it's your district event, you're not being charged for that anyway. Like a town hall meeting or something of that nature.
So this will cover, which is like per se, the Christmas parade.
Yes, sir. That'd be a good way to utilize that, either between that or your promotion funds, right? Because I think right now we utilize the promotion funds for the Christmas parade.
So that will cover,
at least for your own float, but but this would cover those expenses. Yes.
Well, not only the float, but would it cover the public safety and what else?
It would help do that. Yes, it would help develop out that structure.
Mr. Neb, do they have to be use it or lose it? Like, let's say 1 year we don't have as many town halls or as many things, or we don't want to help with something big, but then we want to save our monies and do like a big help the following year. Does it have to be use it or lose it, or can we have rolling accounts?
We'll walk through that with budget and find out exactly what it is, because generally what happens is, because this is actually budgetarily driven, annual budget driven, any money that's not spent in that year goes into the next year. I guess there is the ability for some carryover, so let me find out what that looks like.
I think we should have carryover ability on our accounts, because I mean, at the end of the year, I'm always like, it's.
Well, and I did not put it into this one, but be aware that the San Antonio model, they actually restrict the use of the funds in the year of an election as well too, because their fear is that it'll be all utilized for that political benefit at that point in time. So the idea is to is to try to use it. But I think we can put it together and say that for that carryover, because there are some years busier than others, or at least there have been, so.
Yes, go ahead.
What are examples of public programs, Mr. Lamb?
In my mind, I think it's anything that, of course, we restrain it to nonprofits, right? So it's not just, you can't benefit a private citizen, so it is nonprofits. And so if you wanted to help out one of the baseball leagues, or if you wanted to help out, I was trying to think of a few others, the lions, the elks, any of the animals. If you wanted to help them with any kind of a function or anything, these funds could be utilized for those things. It's pretty much the waivers that we have coming in right now, the ones that, you know, when they come out and reach and said, can the city help us with this? This provides that mechanism, but it's more controlled, it's more budgeted, so that we can track it a little bit
Mayor
easier.
Pro Tem, if I may. I see that we have all these budgets, you know, for us, and this, you're trying to structure us the way. Is there a structure for department heads, for departments and city managers and assistant city managers?
For
like a structure or a budget that you have, that where we haven't seen it, that you're gonna use for them? Like for conferences, for departments, what's their budget? And what's the budget?
We have those costs set out as far as, like, you know, when you talk about conferences and everything, we're
Yes.
talking about training.
Well,
And
training,
so there
conferences.
are line items for training, those line items are there.
Can you just bring them down in the next budget meeting, or?
We can try to do that, yeah.
I'll try, we need.
Yeah, I'm sure we can,
Okay.
yep, all right. I'm leaning on those people right behind me, so.
You should.
But yeah, we can get to that point, because the idea is to make sure that everything that we are doing is within the budget, right? That's the nature of that, so that we can at least nudge it, right? And we can move it as it goes.
Mayor, I have another question. When you have here on the list of district cleanups, so if we're gonna have a cleanup as an event, of one of our events, then that would, and if we were to go through like Keep Laredo Beautiful or something like that, is that what you're referring to here? Or are you talking about like the Rotary Club wants to have one, but then they partner with Keep Laredo Beautiful? So doesn't Keep Laredo Beautiful have their own budget? What does this exactly mean?
I would state, I mean, and some of you have partnered with Keep Laredo Beautiful, but because Laredo Beautiful is actually kind of a pseudo department of the city. I mean, there's the relationship is already there. I liked your example of like a Rotary Club wanting to go out, clean up a neighborhood, or do some of that work. Then you have the ability to partner with them.
But if the Rotary Club partners with Keep Laredo Beautiful and then we help, are we paying for that now?
You could, if that's what the structure is. Again.
No, I'm not saying what we could do. I'm saying, are we gonna be obligated to pay out of, like, oh, the money's gonna come from Councilmember Bettis's funds because, you know, she's helping?
I would have to identify that within the structure of this, because I did not take into account all the different what-if scenarios that are out there.
Well, I'm just saying
I know.
because then,
Yeah.
I mean, it gets, if you say, oh, we're gonna participate in the Washington's birthday parade, well, we've sponsored the parade as through the third party or the whatever's funds that we've given them sponsorship. Now we're supposed to make an appearance, come out. So are we gonna be paying?
So,
I don't think
no,
so.
and when you think about that, just the other leg of this, and we just talked about this with the Boys and Girls Club coming out of third-party funding. We don't want them in third-party funding. We want them underneath the contractual. In my mind, WBCA should not be out of third-party funding either. They should be in a contractual matter with us because they're an annual type event. Border Olympics was the same question. The Pony League. These are contractual type relationships. It should not impact these funds in that way because they shouldn't be set up that way.
Well, Mayor, if I can?
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is, for example, I've had an event, I've had sponsorships, the sponsorship comes to the city, and then that money is used for the event. But it's happened where I'm like, where's the money? And they say, oh, we used it to pay staff. we used it to pay operational expenses. I'm like, that's not what the donation was for. The donation was for backpacks. The donation was for stuff for the event. So if we're gonna be paying staff time and we're gonna be paying, so that's
Well-
where I wanna clarify is this money for stuff to be able to utilize to make the event happen? Or is that money that's gonna go to cover, you know, like,
The intent is both to a certain level, but in my mind, for like the backpacks and everything, that would be actually come out of the promotion funds, not out of this other leg.
no, but I'm saying we get a donation.
Right, yeah,
And the
that donation
donation
should
comes to the
actually
city.
be, donation should be spent on what the donation was provided for. And
Well,
so
it
I'm
was
not,
covered-
I'm not sure how it changes from what the donation was to their,
Well, that's why I think
Yeah.
that if we're gonna have something like this, all those little intricacies need to get,
we can,
because then
yeah.
budget will interpret it their
Let me-
own way.
Yeah, let me walk through that one, through that process, and we can kind of incorporate that in there if that's important to get there.
Mayor? Quick question, what is it that we have right now? Well, how does it work right now? How much do we have in promotional, and how
You got
much?
12.5 in promotion, you got 12.5 in travel.
12.5 in promotion and 12.
This year, we have that,
That's what we have, right? 12.5, 12.5.
but this year was 20.
12.5, yeah. So that, and so what I'm saying is,
Because I had those two conferences and I don't have any more money to go to TML course.
Yeah, that's
So
me
I
as
don't,
well.
there's no way I had 12.5 and travel this year.
If I may, Jesus Esparza with the budget department. Originally, the budget is 12.5 for each one, and as the departments, you can initiate a budget amendment transfer to move from one line item to the other, and that's how you can either increase or decrease one or the other.
But to his question, how much travel and how much promotional did we have this year?
For the current year or the proposed? The current this year is a little bit different because last year, one of the things we tried to do was look at your actuals and try to adjust it based on the actuals. By going back and having a conversation with Mr. Knapp, we kept it at 12.5 and 12.5 for the proposed budget. So originally, the total was 25 for both in the current year, but it was, what we did is we allocated it. If you spent 30 on one or 15 and 10, we tried to set your budget accordingly so you didn't have to transfer. But then we came back to the 12.5 and 12.5 with a total 25. You had 25 either way. Yes.
so the idea of this policy is to set it at 50,000. And add in the additional abilities for that. Again, there's just mentioned about the prohibited uses, campaign-related expenses, personal and private use, religious and political events, non-city approved travel. We would establish the system of how to walk through there. This matches up to the best practices within the other cities as well too, as to how we're going to track and run through that. Essentially what you're already doing for everything that we're already with, the transparency. And so we'll bring forward a resolution and then we can adjust it and clean up those. I'll take the comments that are made today and we'll try to incorporate them in there so that we make sure that I've answered all those questions as
Mayor,
well.
if I may? Yes. But I don't think that all the scenarios have come up, and as we go, we're gonna be hit with scenarios. There needs to be flexibility in there to make it clear that, like, what we're not gonna be charged for and what we are.
I will get you closer to that, as close as I can get that. We'll never come up with all the what-if scenarios, right? The idea, though, is to build a structure that we can work off of. Keep in mind, all we have to do is lay an item on the agenda and the council can move. And this is why it's by resolution as well, too. Want to give you the ability to kind of move with this because this is new for what our structure is. It's about trying to make sure that I can explain to the public as well as you, say this is how we operate. And that's the intent of what we're trying to do for it.
Mayor, if I may? I appreciate that, Mr. Knapp. I just want to make sure that it's not discouraging for current and future councils to do stuff because it's just too much on our plate versus, pushing the responsibility or the burden onto us. That's the main concern I have is it's a partnership. We're working together to do things, not like, okay, well now make her figure out how to make it work.
What I hope these resolutions will do is help remove some of the frustrations that a lot of you feel every time you have to walk through the bureaucratic red tape. The idea is to have a structure so that everybody functions in that method, and that's where we're trying to get to. The last one that I have, there's essentially 5 financial policy suites. We've talked about a lot of them already. I'll explain exactly why they're in here as well too while we're getting the handout out there. So I started with essentially the budget survey, and the budget survey, there was a lot of information that came out. The residents support funding for the streets, the public safety, the downtown, but they had concerns within there as well too. The inefficient spending, short-term thinking, the follow-through within all of this work. Those were the things, and all of you have said some of the common themes with that as well too. There's a desire for the budgeting to reflect long-term goals and transparency, and by establishing these policies, and we do most of them already. There's a couple of them that and we'll walk through those pieces as well too. But the policies help respond to this public mandate with the action. Going into the lessons from the bond referendum, the voters can voice concerns about long-term costs and unclear priorities. There's a desire for phased, transparent investment with fiscal clarity. That's a mouthful. These resolutions create a framework. And so the idea is that, again, if we can say this is how we're going to function, the public can understand that you have the ability that if it doesn't work, you can always amend that language to make it work as well too. But the idea is to make sure that we can explain to the public, this is why we do the business we have. The failure has taught us that the vision must be tied to funding discipline. And so the big conversation that we've had, you've heard it all night as well too, is that we are trying to get our revenue projections to be constrained by the inflation and these mandates that we have little control over with that. We're trying to bring the expenses in line with the revenues. The departments need to be guided by to submit realistic need-based requests. I love the wish list, and we can develop out a structure to go through the entire wish list. If we could do X or Y, if we could buy a satellite, we can do all these wonderful things. But right now, we need to look at more realistic things. The policies are going to help balance those current service needs to long-term obligations, and it'll avoid the across-the-board cuts while preserving high-impact projects. And so the whole idea is by putting this down into a standardized system, we can move it a little bit easier than always shooting from the hip and trying to get there. The policies that I'm presenting for these 5 policies here, they preserve the council flexibility while ensuring long-term sustainability. They'll support the downtown revitalization, public safety staffing, the capital investments. They avoid budget surprises and prepare for labor contract pressures. And they align the decision-making with what the residents expect, the transparency and the responsibility. By having this in all these policies into a resolution, the public can understand how the city is operating. Most of them we already do, but it's almost by a feeling, not by this is what we do. And so the idea. So the first policy, the first resolution is the budget and financial planning resolution. This one requires that every one of our budgets are structurally balanced budgets. We just talked about the negative number of the other funding sources in the revenue. We're relying upon reserves in order to help balance out the budget. Those reserves deplete, especially at the growth that we're going at. We're not replacing the reserves fast enough in order to continually use them for operations. So we don't want to utilize reserves on operation except in extreme emergencies. We want to create a 5-year financial forecast for that planning as well too. We want to know what we expect to do in the next 4 years and moving that forward. We want to make sure that the budget aligns with the council priorities, the CIP, and our comprehensive plan. And so the idea about this budget and financial planning resolution, we'll get the resolution out to you, but it is to help you understand. We had a lot of conversation today. The budget that I will present to you in August, it'll be balanced. So if anything, if we try to add anything else to it, I'm going to ask for something to be removed out of it in order to keep that budget balanced. Because we're gonna commit all of the funds that we have available to the budget. And so the idea is that if we say, well, we want to do another $100,000 for this, then I have to remove that $100,000 from something else. And so that's the nature of having a structurally balanced budget. And so there are trade-offs that have to happen anytime that we do anything that's new and any commitment in there. The council always has the ability to change, but when we make that change, I have to make the correlating adjustment to the budget, and we have to not do something. So everything will be kind of prioritized out, and so we find something that's a higher priority that may not have been in there. I'm going to drop something off the bottom of the list to keep the balanced budget.
Yeah. So I think this makes sense, and it helps to, like you said, make transparent to the public and make transparent to the council how we proceed. And I am very grateful to see that the 5-year financial forecasting, the proactive planning is included in this. And my assumption is that the Viva Laredo plan would then be re-looked at, reworked, because it's time. It's been 8 years.
Yeah.
And so it's time for us to go through that process. And that process was, the first time was very successful with community engagement.
Right.
You got a lot of people coming in and commenting about what they wanted to see the city, and now we'll have a chance to have a report card. What were we able to do? What has changed?
Right.
And where have we completely failed? And how do we fix it, right?
Right.
So I'm grateful to see this, and I love the part that you're going to put in proactive planning, and I hope that includes that Viva Laredo plan kicking off pretty soon.
Yeah, and you're right. I think the thing is that we've not built in the time for all these conversations before we make a decision. And I think we're getting better at that. I truly believe that. So I think by having that ability to get out there, and you are right, it is time to actually update that. Any master plan out there, if it's a 20-year master plan, it's only good for about 10 years at best. And that's even if you're following it, because the world changes too quickly for it. So the idea is that, but what I want to do is I want to make sure that we have this structural foundation to build from. And it helps staff move forward with that as well too. And somebody made the comment about how we got to this, and part of that, the mentality was 8 city managers in 8 years. That mentality changed from how we built the budget, and then we bring it to the council, and then it becomes even different because you guys are looking at things differently than what that administration was. This will help us make sure that we're there. Second resolution that will be coming forward is what's called the cost recovery user fee policy. And essentially that means that everything that we do is not equal. If there is something that we are doing that has a high public value to it, then we should help support that more than if it is something that is more subjective as to who gets to attend and all of that. I just look at, we usually use Parks and Recreation for this. So a program that allows every kid to come and play basketball in the gym. They get to be on one team or another. I'll use baseball instead because I can use the travel teams. So if you have a baseball training session, every kid gets to play. It doesn't matter how good they are, how bad they are. They all get to learn the sport. But a travel baseball team is the best of the best. They're the best players, and so they travel around and play ball. Our support of travel baseball should be different than a program that allows everyone to play. And so that's the concept of a cost recovery, is that there's a different tier for different levels. And there's a 5-tier model out there that gets utilized for the community versus private benefit. It'll protect the general fund from unintended subsidization for some of these things. It puts everything on the table for that. It helps justify out the waivers and the funding for nonprofits, festivals, and the leagues, because now we have a system that we can balance against. Now we can say what that standard is, and it establishes a fair, transparent approach to the subsidies and the support. And I think that this will be a very important policy to kind of get into place, and it'll help just like it did with the third-party funding conversation we had today as well too. I love where we're moving to, because it's taken a lot of the questions out of just feelings, I guess. It's more data-driven. The third resolution will be what's called debt management policy. This aligns our capital borrowing with the affordability, the service levels, and the transparency. It requires policy compliance reviews before any new debt issuance, protects against overextended future budgets while enabling the infrastructure progress, and it rebuilds the trust post-bond referendum. So the debt management, it actually limits how much debt we can carry. We talked a lot about that with Noe here as well too, is that our debt management, we have the ability to borrow $2.4 billion if we could afford to pay it back. We want to have a better structure in that because we want to keep that debt management in there. We want to leverage our assets to the best bang of that buck. And so the debt management policy will limit or kind of manage and control how much debt we want to carry at any given time. And as Noe explained, we have stuff falling off all the time, and we're kind of rolling over the top of it is what we do, and we go and borrow more when we can get there. So what we'll do is we'll be providing you with what will be in that debt management policy and why we've chosen those numbers or those percentages as to where we want the debt management to be.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead. Well, I like that idea and everything that we're going through right now. I think it sets a great structure system for the following year. You know, there's like a push button mechanism to, you want to work on on doing this project, you're going to find out how to use it and how to tap into budget and finance and everybody else in here. The debt management part is what I was talking to Noe about earlier, is the idea that, yes, we had the ability to get 2.4. And the way I look at it is sort of like we have a certain amount or a smaller amount that we're pinching, but you can pinch away at it for a long period of time, and at the end you didn't get anything. Why? Because you used it for not the intended purpose. So it's not a big chunk that we would want to get a big chunk product, get it done 100%, and move on from it. So I'd like to see if maybe when you give us that information, what maybe we can, maybe some outside the box thinking as to what would be long-term that we can use that for, and then how we can use the short-term alleviations of projects that we might have pending in there.
And we can incorporate all that into it as well too. I think the whole idea is that, and if everybody still remembers within the bond referendum conversations, we were talking about things that we should have actually had structured already into that. And
That's what I meant.
we were fighting fights, I guess, that we shouldn't have fought if everybody understood how we function. And so the idea about these things are to have that structure and that standard and say, this is why we do what we do. And I'll tell you, by having a resolution of any of these resolutions, people start to say, well, I think we should change the resolution. They're not attacking any council member or any staff member and saying, I can't believe they're trying to do X. And I think that's where we'll make some headway on some of this stuff.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment, perhaps when you bring this back, you'll also do some comparisons with other cities, because at 11 cents for our INS, or infrastructure level, we are so much lower than other cities in the state. And after the bond referendum, there are other cities that took on, and not that I recommend we do this, but they went up to 35 cents. Right. And, when we talk about the cap, and the limits of our maintenance and operations level of tax collection, so that people can also understand that we don't want to do ourselves a disservice to the future residents here. That we do have to not just manage, but we can't stop growing. We have to increase our growth because our population grows and the needs keep growing. And so if you have a conversation about how other cities are tackling it, then I think people don't see us as an outlier or are so afraid of what that will do to their tax rate. Right. There are other cities that are taking on more because they have higher expectations in their cities and their amenities are increasing.
Yeah, and so, yeah, Mayor and council member, yeah, so that was part of the conversation we went through with this year, why we introduced, because we're growing fast enough, our M and O is going down because our assessed value is going up fast enough. And so that's why we recommend taking the 2 cents, because we lost the 2 cents out of the M and O side, let's increase the INS side and add the 2 cents. That's why we were able to do what we did. It's no tax increase to anybody. We just held the tax rate where it was at, and we're able to get more work done. We talked about that because you can increase the INS if you want, and increase that even 2 more cents if you would like to. But we felt that it was not time for that recommendation because we're going through the efficiency study. We're going through a lot of different pieces to try to make sure that we have our house in order first before we start saying this is where we want to go with those dollars. So in my, in my mind, keeping the tax rate as even as possible was a win in its own right, and the ability for us to get more done. Our challenge is that we're always going to be in arrears. We're a growing community. We have needs that should have been taken care of 20 years ago that we're still trying to take care of as well too. And I think those are the challenges that we have. And it's all good conversation. I appreciate everybody up there for listening to all of this information. But they're not easy conversations, just like the insurance and everything else. And so,
Mayor, if I may? Yes, go ahead. Mr. Neb, I do appreciate what you're doing, and I think it's good. I would like to see also how we're going to rein in on the departments, like the same thing that we're just doing with council. I'd like to see that because, some departments seem to have a little bit more discretionary monies than others.
Agreed.
Travel monies, monies that are available that they have that other departments don't have, or monies that they have to throw things that I don't remember, I don't know if that's part of their normal operating budget or, so I'd like to see also how we're regulating within the departments too. And, I think that would be helpful.
so and yes, and council member, and we are trying to, we have that same framework out there. That's been the challenge this year of trying to get everybody to the 3.4% increase in expenses, because we have a lot of different needs out there. You hear from some of the directors, from other ones. We are actually, for the enterprise funds, because they generate their own money, within the user fee structure, they're usually, their budgets are a little bit different, but that's why we're moving some of those additional administrative fees over into this budget as well too. We're increasing from 8 to 10%. 8 to 10, yeah.
Well, but also, Mr. Neb, in a way, it's not really fair to say that because whatever shortages they have, we do have to make up for with the general fund. So we do have ownership.
Yeah. Airports a special revenue fund that we have to protect based upon the federal guarantees and everything. But water,
Solid waste.
yeah. And so the water and sewer, water and sewer and even bridge, they're covering their expenses, and then we utilize the money. Of course, bridge is the one that we have over there. Water and sewer is an administrative fee that comes over.
But Mr. Neb, also at the same time, they do cover their own expenses, but whatever they have a surplus, half of it comes to the general fund. So the less efficient that they are, the less efficient. And if they ever were in a situation that they couldn't cover their expenses, then we would have to cover it. So just because they're enterprise funds doesn't mean that they're completely on the, they don't have to have oversight as well.
Yeah.
And so I'd also like to see on the chart that that was presented earlier, where it showed negatives, I'd like to see the plan to recoup those monies and get those balances positive.
Yeah, and we'll do that, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, this one here is the fund balance. We talked a little bit about this one as well too. It sets a 15% minimum for our reserves, but again, just like Noe talked about as well too, we've got to get up around the 20-25%. Noe said 30. Yeah. He's always, just so you know, if we ever got to 30, he's going to 35. That's what he's going to do to us. But the idea is that we do want to be up there. He does present all the comparables with that. And a lot of the cities that are getting better bond ratings and everything, they are up into 22 to 25%. So we want to bring that up there. As based upon the conversation we had today, we'll develop out a plan as to how we're going to get there. But know that's the whole challenge that we have within our general fund right now, is trying to make sure that we can take care of those short terms and try to focus on the long term.
Can I just interject something? I'm sorry, Mayor. Just, that particular item right there is key to a lot of things, but I think this is why I want to that I would like to see us look a little bit further into our efficiencies and deficiency studies.
Right.
And figure out, I know you had mentioned that it's not gonna save us, that it's not really catered to save us any money, but it's made to understand where we're lacking the right people or resources or anything like that. I'm just thinking that if for instance, at the end of the year, we don't have any FTEs that are not gonna be hired or not gonna be put into place, that instead of that money going back into fund balance, that we cater it towards putting it away.
Right.
You know, and maybe, you know, because we might be, some departments might be asking for 3 or 4 people, and that study determines that it's not. It's just that we're not running an efficient department, but maybe we can put those monies aside and get it that way.
Yeah.
So in other words, we just not bogged down by just saying that this is not, you know, the efficiency study is not about saving money. It's about figuring out how efficient every department's working.
Yeah, and that we're headed right down that path with the efficiency studies as well too. You know, the hard part is that we've not been able to come up, because everybody keeps asking, you know, what kind of cuts are we going to have? Right now, I just want to make sure that we have everybody where they're supposed to be and how we're spending. From that, then I think we can determine if we're spending too much or too little. I think that in my mind, it's step by step within that process, and so we're going to try to get there. But I understand, because we can make adjustments within that structure. The nice thing is we are growing, so we usually exceed our expectations as well too, but so do the expenses to a certain extent, so that's our balance within that. We do, this fund balance of management policy does allow the council to utilize the excess reserves for one-time needs or whatever it is. So if we do have excess, then we can put it into, by setting that minimum or whatever our number is going to be, we start moving that way. And, but if the council sees that we have to do something else differently, then this policy establishes how we're going to interact with that conversation. It ensures that the service continuity without over-reliance on cuts or the tax hikes within that structure. You know, we ended up, and I'm just because it's in my head right now, I want to make sure I share that with you as well too. But you know, the health department is going through a lot of different grant cuts within that structure. We have established, and I haven't needed to come to you yet and ask for that additional blessing. We've established essentially a 90-day period. It goes back to kind of what you were talking about too, Mayor Pro Tem, is that we may have to cover some of those expenses for a while. So we've established that 90-day rule that we will make sure that if we see that, once we know that grant's cut, we take a 90-day period. We try to find all our employees other work to do with the city. We try to move out of that as efficiently as possible. If we find programs that we need to keep, we'll bring them back to the council and say, okay, we need to now move this thing from a grant funded over to an actual tax related fund. So this policy here will also trigger replenishment plans if the levels fall below the policy, because a reserve is for those non-expected, a rainy day fund. They're for those expectations we never knew were coming. It's okay to spend it in certain instances, but you always have to replace it. So it's short-term at best. And so that's the idea of the fund balance management policy. Grants management policy.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Just back to the funds. So this, I think having a policy is great. We had the discussion just now with health insurance and the difficulties in replenishing that reserve, and that reserve is critically important. And and my fear is that holding it back means that we're going, if we fall into a hole, it'll just trigger a crisis.
Right.
And we're gonna have to come up with millions of dollars. So I appreciate that you have this, a trigger and a plan, but I hope this also bleeds into health insurance. And I would say that's a very special fund because of the volatility
Yes.
of medical insurance across the entire nation. I mean, there are no easy answers for anybody.
No.
But we have to have a very realistic view of what it costs and what it takes, and look maybe into, I don't know if there are alternatives on, you know, the affordable care market or something where we can maintain the integrity of our insurance system, because worse than rising costs is a complete collapse of the system and we can't cover bills.
Correct.
So-
Yeah, and I think, yeah, within that conversation, you know, our largest asset is our employees. They're also one of the most expensive asset that we have, and so we have to make sure that we take care of them. Salaries, benefits, retirement, that's the structure of an employee. And I think the nature of what you were presented, and you only get to see the surface of all the work that HR and our consultants did with this thing. And the hard part for me within that conversation is that there were signs of this back years ago, that if we would have just triggered a different movement, we wouldn't get into these where it feels just overhanded with what that structure is. And so I think the nature of this is that we move it as it goes. Again, I appreciate the ability to even have the conversation, because the worst thing is that we hit that wall and now we're in hell in the handbasket, right? And we have no other option other than to cut that. The fund balances are actually established in order to protect you long enough where you get to be able to adjust to whatever that item was. I just remember during COVID is that you just needed time to figure out what the heck was going on in order to adjust your spending habits so that you did not break the bank. And so this is what this will help us do. Grants management policy, I think that's the last one. And of course, this is how to establish up the pre-approval for grants and the full evaluation of the long-term costs. I think that is something that I've heard from you often, is that how are we going to sustain it? What are we going to do? How do we cover these costs tomorrow? And the idea is that even with a 5-year budget on that, I would say that we want to look at our M&O costs for at least 3 years out from wherever that is at. We utilize the grants for our police officers, the COPS grant and the SAFE grants for the fire department, where we're able to bring in employees early. They help fund it for 3 years, but then the idea is that we should absorb them at that point in time. So we should have a plan as to how we're going to absorb them within that structure, other than, don't worry, we got this thing covered, right? I want to be able to explain that. So the idea about this is there's an evaluation of the long-term costs. The council reviews any high-risk policy altering or partnership grants. We protect against unfunded mandates or hidden operational burdens. We want to make sure that we've looked at it all when it comes through there. There is no such thing as free money. There's always strings to it to some form or fashion. So we want to make sure that we've looked at all those different options, and it ensures that the external funds support, not disrupt city priorities, because I know just a lot of the conversation we've been having on this side is that we appreciate the partnerships. We appreciate any kind of grant. We appreciate federal and state money coming into Laredo. We're not getting our fair share. I'm just saying that right now. I think we should be having more money coming into us just because of what we are and what we're challenged with. #1 port of entry. But I think that we have to always look at those things to make sure that we are covering our core services.
Mayor?
Yes.
With regard to that in the policy for outside nonprofits to come in and work with the city, there's a lot of language in there about all of the costs that it sounds as if the nonprofit has to figure out what the city burden is. And so I just would encourage either different language or clarification or a different policy, because I'm not sure, that is more encouraging to nonprofits and that the city shares in some of that forecasting, because there is no way for a nonprofit to be able to figure out all those costs on its own.
No.
And especially nonprofits with less experience. So in our community, we have nonprofits now that have reached a different level. And so their grant applications are going after some of the more complicated grants, but also some of the richer grants, right? That allow for a lot of money to support what the city does. But having reached that level, then trying to also be a city administrator and understand what all the cost and operational burdens are, it doesn't align with what their expertise has developed into.
No, and Councilmember, the intent of this thing is to develop a true partnership with it.
Yes.
The city can put its costs together, we just have to do it early enough to make the system work as well too. So the idea of this policy and there's another policy that is being developed out within how we will work with our partners as well too. Because if we know that it's coming, we can actually put those costs down. The hard part is that, and we got into this conversation, the cost that we spend, I'm just thinking about Parks and Recreation, and the cost per acre, we spend $6,800 per acre for our park land. That's taking out the property that has a rec center on it. That seems like a very big number to some of our partners as well too. It's not going to cost us that much to help maintain this acreage, but that's what we're spending. We're spending $6,800. Now that includes sports fields all the way to a passive area, and so that's the idea is to, if we do this work on the front side and we have the system in place, it should move it faster and better. The intent is to never leave our partners with trying to figure out what our expenses are.
And maybe the efficiency study can have a better breakdown so that, sport fields are treated differently from nature areas, because all of them have different value. And when you look at all of the health and wellness, they're looking for more investment in nature and having it more accessible to more of the community and those populations that really need it. So there's a value to that.
Correct.
And if it's not going to cost as much as the sport field maintenance, then the partners should understand that.
The idea is to have as much on the shelf already to go, because the grants, the time window when we learn that a grant is available is sometimes very short. That's been the challenge that we've had. That's why we're always shooting from the hip, trying to get through this thing. But I will tell you that building out the plan itself doesn't change that much. If we have the plan on the shelf, then we plug it in to whatever we're going after. And so having that pre-work done is what's going to help us in the future. We just didn't have it. And I think that's where I think this stuff will help us move that forward.
And then just one last comment about it. If the other part of this is that the grants need to move, because that Riverbend Hike and Trails project was stuck on a shelf for too long, and then the costs increase. And, while there's a scramble to find money for it, it shouldn't be that way, right? If we receive the grant, then it needs to be implemented.
Right.
And I think a nonprofit partner can help with that, because they are not as burdened as the city is, and they can move quicker in some respects.
Right.
So there's an added benefit to having an additional partner.
Yeah, and it's just having that laid out so that we all can kind of move a little bit better than what we have as well. All of these resolutions that I'm providing, Mayor, City Council, this will actually, they follow the GFOA best practices and the Texas City models. I just have a few of the cities there that we are indeed, we robbed and duplicated some of their information. We converted it to Laredo though. This all does position Laredo as a forward-thinking, investment-ready city. I think some of the conversations that we heard in the surveys or even during the bond referendum, some of the stories that got told were not true. It was just, but it helped create emotion. And so the idea is to have the standard in place and saying, this is how we do our business. And that doesn't mean that we can't change it. That doesn't mean we can't keep up with it, but it helps provide that stability, that helps provide that structure that everybody's going to like. It should have helped with our supporting our bond rating improvement. If they know that we have a resolution that says we're going to carry 22 to 25% reserves, they look at that information, they understand it, and that will help us keep our bond ratings higher than a lot of other people that just tell the story. Grant competitiveness and public trust. So the final message is that these resolutions do not ever limit you. They don't tie you down. What it does is it creates a structure where everybody can move with you, and they actually empower you. They're already in use today. Most of these policies we're already doing. We're just now going to explain what we're doing in writing so that somebody can actually see it and understand it. Each one ties financial discipline to the community priorities, and so this makes us a leader on that side. I mean, we get awards every year for our financial prowess and everything, but I think this even takes us to that next level where we're trying to go. So, Mayor, City Council, that is all the information I wanted to do. We will bring forward the draft resolutions into the next council meetings as we go. We'll try to get them implemented because that's what helps make the budget move faster and easier. This is our third pre-budget workshop, and I think I had just a couple slides on the recap here. All right, so I had 2 more slides. So, but here's where we're at. Our fiscal year 26 budget is returning to a structural balance. Our goal is to have expenditures meet the revenue, no reliance on the reserves, responsible governance, long-term sustainability, borrowing within our means. That's the intent of this financial structure. What's shaping our budget this year is, of course, the failed bond referendum. Infrastructure needs remain, but the general fund is struggling. Enterprise funds pressures, substantial rate increases to fund capital needs. You're going to be talking about those really soon within that structure as to what we need to do. We'll make the good decisions within that structure. We have rapid growth, limited revenue. City growth outpaces our revenue. You're feeling that almost every day. There's an intensity for the services infrastructure. Every department has pressing needs. Every department that we have is important to the city in one way or another. Every service is a priority. Public expectations are rising without a desire for tax increases. We know that from the bond referendum. They don't want to increase taxes, but they continually come and ask for their needs. And that's the challenge that we have within that. So strategic direction and efficient response. We talked a little bit about the efficiency study. We are trying to identify up to $30 million in our general fund for internal savings. We're seeing some operational cuts, vacancy reviews, program reductions. We're looking at capital deferrals, shared services, cost recovery. We have a 100% cost recovery policy in motion as far as what that looks like. The fee-based revenue structures, including the ability for a street maintenance fee. The city has looked at that before. That will help offset some of those costs because the CIF is challenged with new revenue as well too. We want to balance our budget first. These are the key principles. No structural deficits. Transparency, we're trying to make everything data-driven, where it's not an emotional response. We can put it up, we can metric it, we can put it all together. We want to make sure that the residents are informed, and then we want to prioritize for the impact. We want to do fewer things better. In my mind, the city is not always the best organization to do some of the work that we're asked to do. There are other entities that are probably better serving for that, but we're the easiest ones because we're trying to make our community better. So I think the idea is to reduce our footprint a little bit and keep to our core priorities as much as possible in order to do those things well and focus on delivering those essential services with excellence. So that's my spiel. That's the end of our pre-budget workshop. I really appreciate these pre-budget workshops. Hopefully that'll help build a better budget for this year and into the future years by having this input early. And as you can tell, based upon all the conversations, it's almost a monthly conversation anyway. Once we get done with this budget, we start the next year's budget. That's the way it all works. And so, Mayor, City Council, I really want to thank you for your time. I want to thank the staff and everything. Hopefully you find there's value to all of this information. they're really working hard to make sure that you have everything at your fingertips in order to make the best possible decision for our city. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.